The harbour is quiet now, but beneath its grey-green water lie stones that once belonged to the most ambitious city of the ancient world. Columns rest where ships once crowded the quays. Broken blocks sleep under silt. The sea that carried grain, soldiers, philosophers, merchants, priests, spies, and royal messengers has swallowed whole pieces of Alexandria's face, leaving only fragments for divers archaeologists and historians to read like a damaged scroll. Somewhere beyond this drowned waterfront, in a city of marble colonnades, sun-white streets, palace gardens, shrines, workshops, lecture halls, and crowded markets, there once stood a place that later generations imagined as the mind of the world. It was not merely a room with shelves. It was not simply a warehouse of scrolls. It was an imperial dream made of papyrus ink ambition and fear, the belief that if a king could gather every book, every poem, every history, every mathematical proof, every medical treatise, every map, every law code, every sacred story, then perhaps the world itself could be brought under one roof. The mystery begins not with a single fire, but with absence. There is no surviving ground plan that lets anyone walk confidently through the halls of the great library. No ancient visitor leaves a complete guided tour. No official inventory remains, no carved foundation stone declaring the number of scrolls, no surviving royal decree explaining exactly how the institution worked from day to day. What survives is scattered and uneven references by ancient authors, later memories, hints in biographies, remarks about scholars, stories about kings, accusations, legends, and the silence left by texts that vanished long before parchment codices and printed books could rescue them. The evidence remains incomplete, and that incompleteness is part of the power of the story. The lost Library of Alexandria is famous not because it is easy to describe, but because it sits at the meeting point of history and longing. It represents something humanity almost had, or thinks it almost had, a near-total memory of the ancient world gathered in one dazzling place, then gradually violently or quietly taken away. Alexandria itself is already a kind of impossibility. Founded near the western edge of the Nile Delta between the Mediterranean Sea and the long inland water of Lake Mareotis, it grows on a narrow strip where Egypt opens outward to the Greek-speaking world. To the east lies the river system that feeds one of the richest agricultural landscapes on earth. To the north lies the sea road to Cyprus, Rhodes, Athens, Asia Minor, Syria, and beyond. Behind it stands Egypt old beyond Greek imagination, with temples, priesthoods, astronomical traditions, medical law, monumental architecture and archives stretching back centuries. In front of it spreads the Mediterranean, restless and multilingual, carrying goods and ideas between continents. A city placed here can become more than a port. It can become a filter through which the known world passes. The coast, however, is not gentle. Ancient Alexandria faces wind-salt shifting sand and the immense difficulty of building permanence beside water that keeps trying to rearrange the edge of the land. The great Pharos lighthouse, one of the wonders of the ancient world, once stands on its island like a flame held above stone guiding ships toward the harbours. Royal palaces line parts of the waterfront. Canals and causeways knit together land and island. Warehouses take in grain and luxury goods. Temples rise for Greek gods, Egyptian gods, and blended gods shaped by politics as much as devotion. The city becomes a place where Macedonian rulers sit on an Egyptian throne, where Greek language dominates administration and scholarship, where Egyptian labor tradition and sacred geography remain impossible to erase. From the beginning, Alexandria is not pure anything. It is a constructed crossroads, and the library belongs to that same spirit of mixture. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy. Because the deeper one moves into Alexandria, the clearer it becomes that this is not only a story about lost books, it is a story about power, empire, translation, possession, rivalry, and the fragile machinery that allows knowledge to survive at all. The famous image is simple. A great building burns, scrolls curl into ash, and humanity loses centuries of wisdom in one catastrophic night. It is a powerful image, almost too powerful, because it offers a clean wound. There was knowledge, then there was fire, then there was loss. But ancient history rarely gives such clean lines. Scholars still debate what exactly burned, when it burned, how much was lost, and whether the library declined through repeated blows rather than one final disaster. The popular story wants a single villain and a single flame. The evidence points instead toward a slower, more tangled, vanishing shaped by war, neglect, political change, institutional decay, religious conflict, material fragility, and the simple brutality of time. Papyrus does not forgive dampness. Empires do not preserve what they no longer value. Scholars die. Catalogues disappear. Buildings change use. Copies become rare. A text can vanish without anyone setting it on fire. Yet fire remains in the story because Alexandria sees more than enough of it. The city is fought over by kings, queens, generals, Roman commanders, local factions, religious groups, and imperial authorities. Its streets know riot and siege. Its harbour sees fleets trapped, burned, and rebuilt. Its palace district becomes a stage on which dynasties collapse. In the 1st century BCE, Julius Caesar's struggle inside Alexandria brings flames to the waterfront, and later writers connect that fire with the destruction of books. Whether the main library itself burned then is uncertain, but the episode stains the memory of Alexandria forever. It gives later generations the scene. They cannot forget scrolls near the harbour. Royal collections endanger the sea lit by war, but the library's first mystery is older than its destruction. It begins with its creation. Why would a dynasty spend immense wealth gathering text from across the Mediterranean and Near East? Why would kings care about poetry, grammar, mathematics, medicine, geography, tragedy, comedy, epic, astronomy, philosophy, engineering, and foreign laws? Part of the answer is prestige. In the age after Alexander the Great, his generals carve his empire into rival kingdoms, and each ruling house must prove not only that it can command armies, but that it can inherit civilization itself. The Ptolemies ruling from Egypt possess grain wealth, ancient temples, and a strategic port. But they are Macedonian outsiders governing a land with a deep native tradition and competing against other Hellenistic monarchs who also claim legitimacy. Knowledge becomes a royal weapon. To own the best texts is to own cultural authority. To attract the greatest scholars is to make the court shine brighter than its rivals. To edit Homer map the heavens, measure the earth, classify languages, and preserve histories is not merely academic. It is a declaration that Alexandria is the centre from which the world can be understood. This ambition produces one of the strangest institutions of antiquity, a state-supported home for scholars associated with the Museion, the shrine or institution of the Muses. The modern word museum descends from that idea, though the ancient Museion is not a museum in the modern sense. It is closer to a research institute, a learned community, a royal foundation where scholars may receive food, lodging salaries, and freedom from ordinary burdens so that they can read, write, calculate, dissect, argue, compare manuscripts, and produce works that deepen the glory of the court. The great library is closely linked with this world, though the exact physical relationship between library and Museion remains debated. What survives in the record suggests a living scholarly ecosystem, not simply a silent hall. Imagine the movement inside such a place. A scholar unrolls a papyrus text of Homer and compares one version with another, noticing that a line appears in one copy and not in a second. Nearby, someone studies Egyptian chronology, trying to make sense of dynasties far older than the Greek heroic past. A mathematician works through geometry with a precision that will echo for millennia. An astronomer records star positions and wrestles with models of the heavens. A physician studies anatomy in a city where for a time human dissection may have been practiced more openly than elsewhere in the Greek world, a detail still startling even now. A poet crafts learned verses dense with references only other scholars can fully appreciate. A librarian compiles catalogues so vast and systematic that they become works of scholarship in themselves. This is not the romantic quiet of a modern reading room. It is a machine of interpretation, correction, selection, and intellectual competition. The scrolls themselves are physical things, vulnerable and labor-intensive. A book in ancient Alexandria is usually not a bound volume with pages, but a roll of papyrus made from the pith of a plant that grows in Egypt's wetlands. The material is one of Egypt's great gifts to the ancient Mediterranean. It can be smooth, portable, and elegant, but it is also perishable. It must be copied by hand. Every copy introduces the possibility of error. Every text survives only if someone values it enough to reproduce it before the old copy decays. In such a world, a library is not a passive storage site. It is an active defense against disappearance. The act of copying is survival. The act of cataloguing is survival. The act of deciding which version of a text is best is survival, though it also gives scholars power over what later ages will consider authentic. A lesser-known and revealing tradition says that ships arriving in Alexandria could have their books taken copied and returned, with the originals sometimes kept for the royal collection, and copies given back to the owners. The details are difficult to verify, and the story may be sharpened by later imagination, but it captures something true about the library's reputation. Alexandria does not merely welcome knowledge, it hunts it. It sends agents to book markets. It seeks official versions of famous works. It competes for rare texts. It treats scrolls as treasures of state. In another famous story, the Ptolemies borrow authoritative copies of Athenian tragedies, pay an enormous deposit, keep the originals, and send copies back to Athens. Whether every detail is exact or embellished, the message is unmistakable. In Alexandria, books are valuable enough to tempt royal dishonesty. The city around this ambition is alive with contradiction. While scholars debate accents, myths, measurements, and medical theories, dock workers haul cargo in the heat. Sailors speak in dialects from every coast. Egyptian priests maintain temple rites older than the dynasty itself. Merchants calculate prices in a city where luxury and grain move side by side. Royal processions display wealth on a scale meant to overwhelm. Palace politics remain ruthless. The same dynasty that supports scholarship also produces murders, sibling marriages, coups, and civil wars. The library does not float above history. It depends on royal money, and royal money depends on taxation, agriculture, military force, and political stability. That dependence will matter later. A library can seem eternal when kings protect it. It becomes fragile when power shifts away. At its height, Alexandria's collection is later said to contain hundreds of thousands of scrolls. Ancient numbers vary, and some may refer to individual rolls rather than complete works, since a long work could occupy many scrolls. No single figure can be accepted without caution. Still, even allowing for exaggeration, the collection must have been extraordinary by ancient standards. Its greatness lies not only in quantity but in concentration. Texts from different regions, genres, Languages and traditions are gathered into proximity. Scholars can compare, classify, and cross-reference on a scale rarely possible elsewhere. The library becomes an engine for making knowledge cumulative. It does not invent intelligence, but it gives intelligence a place to accumulate. That is why its loss feels so enormous. The destruction or disappearance of the library has become a symbol for all the works we know once existed, but can no longer read plays by Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides beyond the small surviving fraction. Histories by writers whose names remain only as footnotes in later authors. Scientific treatises that might have shown alternate paths of ancient thought. Local chronicles, maps, technical manuals, poems, commentaries, medical observations, philosophical works, and records of peoples whose own voices were rarely preserved. It is easy to overstate the matter and imagine that every lost ancient text died in one Alexandrian catastrophe. That is not true. Many works disappeared elsewhere over centuries through the ordinary attrition of manuscript culture. But Alexandria magnifies the grief because it gathered so much in one place, and because its own story became the grand metaphor for cultural amnesia. Under the modern city, traces of ancient Alexandria remain difficult to reach. Earthquake subsidence, rising seas, urban rebuilding, and centuries of occupation have obscured the old royal quarter. Archaeology here is not like uncovering a deserted city in open desert. Alexandria lives on top of itself. Streets, buildings, infrastructure, and water cover what investigators most want to see. The palace district, where the library and Museion are often thought to have stood, is among the most complicated parts of the ancient city to reconstruct. The sea has taken portions of it. Later construction has disturbed others. This physical uncertainty mirrors the textual uncertainty. The library is lost in documents and in the ground. Still, the absence is not empty. The story leaves pressure marks everywhere. It survives in the achievements of those associated with Alexandria, in the textual traditions shaped by its editors, in the scientific works copied elsewhere, in the very idea that knowledge should be collected across borders. The lost library is not only a ruin, it is a pattern. Every archive, university, research institute, and national library carries a faint echo of that Ptolemaic dream, though most no longer serve kings in quite the same way. The dream is noble and dangerous at once. To gather knowledge is to preserve it. To centralize knowledge is also to make it vulnerable. One city can become a beacon. One city can also become a target. So the search begins in the space between water and memory, between what the ancient sources say and what they fail to say, between the great fire everyone imagines and the slower disappearance that history more often allows. Alexandria rises first as a city built to command roots, wealth, and imagination. Its library emerges from that same command, a royal attempt to make the world legible. But before the shelves can vanish, before legends can blame Caesar, Christians, caliphs, or time itself, the city has to be born. It has to be planned on a coast where Egypt meets the sea under the shadow of Alexander's conquest and the ambitions of the dynasty that inherits his name. The lost library begins not as a tragedy, but as an act of astonishing confidence, the belief that the scattered thoughts of humanity can be gathered, ordered, and held. The city begins as an idea drawn across a strip of coast, before it becomes crowded with scholars and scrolls, before its name becomes attached to a vanished library. Alexandria is first a calculated act of geography. The land is chosen because it can look in two directions at once. Behind it lies Egypt, with the Nile spreading into its delta like a system of green veins. Before it lies the Mediterranean, the wide road of ships and storms. Between them, a city can be made to face outward without losing access to the wealth inland. It is a place where grain can leave Egypt, and influence can enter it where the old river kingdom can be joined to the restless world Alexander has torn open by conquest. The decision looks simple on a map, but in the ancient world such a location is a kind of engine. Whoever controls it can control movement, exchange, and attention. Alexander himself does not live to see Alexandria become what later generations remember. He arrives in Egypt in 332 BCE after breaking Persian power in the eastern Mediterranean, and his entrance into the country carries a symbolic weight far beyond military occupation. Egypt has endured periods of foreign rule before, and Persian control has been resented in ways Greek propaganda is quick to exploit. Alexander presents himself not merely as a conqueror, but as a liberator, a king who can fit himself into Egyptian forms of legitimacy. He visits Memphis, honors Egyptian gods, and later journeys to the Oracle of Amun at Siwa, where stories about divine favor begin to gather around him. What happened there remains debated, and ancient accounts are tangled with royal image-making, but the political meaning is clear enough. Alexander wants Egypt not simply conquered, but claimed. The foundation of Alexandria belongs to that moment of claim. Ancient writers later describe Alexander marking the city's plan, choosing the site near the small settlement of Rakotes, and imagining a great urban centre laid out with rational streets. The details may be polished by legend, as foundation stories often are, yet the broader fact is, secure a new Greek-style city is planted on Egyptian soil, and it is meant to become a centre of administration, commerce, and prestige. Its position near the island of Pharos allows harbours to be shaped and protected. Lake Mareotis behind the city connects it with inland routes. Canals can link the urban world to the Nile's agricultural wealth. The location is not accidental beauty. It is strategy turned into stone. In later memory, Alexandria sometimes appears as if it springs fully formed from Alexander's will, but cities are not made by will alone. Surveyors measure, engineers cut, labourers haul. Egyptians, Greeks, Macedonians, Jews, Phoenicians, Cypriots, Syrians, and others eventually move through its streets or settle within its districts. The new city grows according to a grid plan often associated with Hellenistic urban design. Its main avenues broad and straight enough to impress visitors and move processions. The Canopic Way becomes one of its great arteries running east to west across the city. In the bright salt air, colonnades and public buildings announce a world that is both practical and theatrical. Alexandria is built to function, but also to be seen. Power in the Hellenistic age likes architecture that speaks before anyone opens their mouth, yet Alexander's personal role is brief, almost ghostly. He leaves Egypt and continues east pursuing the Persian king, and then moving beyond Persia into regions Greek imagination only partly understands. He dies in Babylon in 323 BCE, still young, with an empire too vast and too new to hold together easily. His body itself becomes a political object. Ancient sources describe a struggle over where he should be buried, and eventually his corpse is brought to Egypt, first associated with Memphis, and later with Alexandria, where the royal tomb becomes one of the city's sacred centers of memory. Even dead Alexander helps legitimize the city that bears his name. To possess his body is to possess a piece of imperial destiny. The evidence for the tomb's precise location is lost, and its disappearance is another Alexandrian mystery, but in antiquity it strengthens the city's aura. Alexandria is not just a port. It is the city of Alexander. After his death, the empire fractures into the hands of generals who become kings. In Egypt, Ptolemy, one of Alexander's companions, moves carefully and brilliantly. He does not try to hold all of Alexander's impossible empire. He secures Egypt one of the richest prizes in the ancient world and builds a dynasty that will rule for nearly 3 centuries. The Ptolemies are Macedonian Greeks ruling an Egyptian population far older and larger than themselves. Their political problem is delicate. They must appear Greek enough to command the loyalty of soldiers, administrators, settlers, and the wider Hellenistic elite, while also appearing legitimate within Egypt's native religious and royal traditions. Their answer is not simple replacement, it is layering. They build Greek institutions and support Greek culture, while also presenting themselves as pharaohs in Egyptian temples, funding priesthoods and participating in forms of kingship recognizable to the land they govern. Alexandria becomes the dynasty's main stage. Unlike Memphis or Thebes, it is not weighed down by the full authority of the older Egyptian sacred landscape. It is new, coastal, cosmopolitan, and easier to shape according to Ptolemaic needs. From here the dynasty can look Mediterranean and Egyptian at once. Greek becomes the language of administration and high scholarship. Royal palaces expand along the waterfront. The court becomes a magnet for poets, scientists, philosophers, physicians, artists, diplomats, and ambitious men who understand that proximity to royal money can change a life. Wealth pours in from Egypt's grain, from taxes, from trade, from military ventures, from the careful management of a land whose agricultural rhythms has been studied for millennia. The Ptolemies do not invent Egypt's wealth, but they learn to harvest and display it. This display matters because the Hellenistic world is competitive in a way that is easy to underestimate. After Alexander, kings do not simply govern territories, they compete to inherit his glamour. The Seleucids rule vast lands in Asia. The Antigonids hold Macedonia. Smaller kingdoms rise and maneuver. Cities and courts become theatres of rivalry. A king proves himself through victory, wealth, generosity, spectacle, patronage, architecture, and culture. To found cities is royal. To build fleets is royal. To sponsor festivals is royal. To collect rare animals, precious objects, and famous thinkers is also royal. Knowledge becomes part of the same contest as armies and monuments. A court that gathers the greatest minds can claim to be more than powerful. It can claim to be civilized at the highest level. The Ptolemies understand this with unusual intensity. Their dynasty cultivates an image of abundance and intellectual superiority. Ptolemy the One. Soter the founder is remembered as a ruler with literary interests of his own, even credited with writing us a history of Alexander's campaigns, though that work survives only through later use. His successor, Ptolemy II Philadelphus, is especially associated with the great expansion of Alexandria's scholarly institutions. Under these early kings, the city becomes not merely a capital, but a deliberate intellectual machine. The Museion and the library are usually placed in this atmosphere of early Ptolemaic ambition, though the exact founder date and sequence remain debated. What survives in the record suggests that the project grows from royal patronage rather than private enthusiasm. It is not a few book lovers pooling their scrolls, it is monarchy organizing knowledge. To understand why this matters, one must imagine the ancient Mediterranean not as a world of mass literacy and easy reproduction, but as a world where texts are scarce, fragile, and unevenly distributed. A poem might exist in several variant copies, none identical. A scientific treatise might be known in one city and unavailable in another. Local histories might remain local unless someone deliberately seeks them. Sacred texts, legal traditions, plays, philosophical works, technical manuals, medical observations, and astronomical records circulate through networks of teachers, scribes, collectors, temples, and private owners. There is no printing press to stabilize and multiply them. There is no universal catalogue. A work can be famous and still vulnerable. A careless generation can lose what a careful generation preserved. In that world, a royal library is an extraordinary statement. It says that scattered memory can be gathered by force, money, diplomacy, and obsession. It says that the king's court can become the place where better copies are made, where texts are compared, where scholars decide which version deserves authority. This is why Alexandria's rise is inseparable from state power. The library is often imagined as pure devotion to wisdom, and there is truth in that image, but it is also an instrument of rule. The Ptolemies want intellectual prestige because prestige attracts talent, strengthens legitimacy, and places Alexandria above rival centres. A king who possesses the texts of Homer, the tragedies of Athens, the records of Egypt, the works of philosophers, the measurements of astronomers, and the techniques of physicians, can present himself as guardian of the whole inherited world. The city's architecture reinforces that claim. Ancient descriptions and later reconstructions point to a royal quarter, known as the Brucheion, containing palaces, gardens, administrative buildings, and sacred or scholarly institutions. The Mausion is usually imagined within or near this palace zone, close to the power that feeds it. This matters because the scholars of Alexandria are not operating in isolation from the court. Their freedom depends on proximity to kings. Their meals, stipends, housing, and status are tied to royal favour. The arrangement can produce astonishing scholarship, but it also carries a quiet vulnerability. If patronage weakens, the institution weakens with it. If court politics turn hostile, scholars can be expelled. If rulers change priorities, the great machine can slow. For a time, however, the machine shines. Alexandria becomes a destination for minds that might otherwise have remained scattered across Greek-speaking cities. The early Ptolemies recruit leading intellectuals from abroad, sometimes with great expense and determination. Demetrius of Phalerum, an Athenian statesman and intellectual, is often linked in later tradition to the beginnings of the library, though scholars still debate the accuracy and extent of his role. Zenodotus Callimachus, Apollonius of Rhodes, Eratosthenes, Aristophanes of Byzantium, Aristarchus of Samothrace, and others become associated with Alexandrian scholarship across generations. These names do not belong to one room or one moment, but together they reveal the kind of ecosystem the city creates. Philology, poetry, geography, mathematics, astronomy, and literary criticism become court-supported enterprises. A surprising detail lies in how practical some of this scholarship is. Modern imagination often separates libraries from the hard machinery of state, but in Alexandria, knowledge can serve navigation, taxation, chronology, medicine, prestige, and administration. Geography helps rulers imagine territory and routes. Astronomy supports calendars and intellectual authority. Textual scholarship helps establish cultural dominance over Greek heritage. Medicine benefits a city dense with bodies, disease, and opportunity. Translation can bring foreign law, scripture, and wisdom into Greek-speaking reach. Cataloguing itself is a form of control. To classify knowledge is to make it searchable, teachable, and governable. The Ptolemaic library does not merely preserve the world, it reorganizes the world according to Alexandrian methods. Still beneath the polished image lies tension. Alexandria is Greek in its official cultural face, but it stands in Egypt and depends on Egypt. The native Egyptian population is not simply background scenery. Egyptian priests maintain temple libraries and ritual knowledge. Egyptian scribal traditions remain deep and sophisticated. The countryside feeds the capital. Egyptian religious concepts are adapted into dynastic ideology, especially through the cult of Serapis, a god shaped to bridge Greek and Egyptian religious worlds. The city's Jewish community, also becomes one of the most important in the Mediterranean, and later tradition associates Alexandria with the Greek translation of Hebrew scriptures known as the Septuagint. The exact circumstances of that translation are wrapped in legend, but the broader phenomenon is real. Alexandria becomes a place where languages and traditions meet under the pressure of royal and urban power. This mixture does not mean equality. Greek settlers and Macedonian elites hold privileged positions. Egyptian traditions are honored when useful, controlled when necessary, and sometimes kept at a distance from the dominant institutions of the court. The library's dream of universal knowledge may be expansive, but it is filtered through the priorities of its patrons. What is collected, translated, edited, and celebrated depends on power. Some voices enter the archive more easily than others. Some are summarized by outsiders, some are ignored. This is one of the quieter uncertainties behind the library's greatness. When later generations mourn the loss of Alexandria, they often imagine the loss of everything. But even at its height, the library's version of everything must have been partial, selective, and shaped by hierarchy. Even so, the achievement is immense. In the early Ptolemaic period, Alexandria becomes perhaps the most important intellectual center of the Mediterranean. Athens still carries philosophical prestige. Older Egyptian temple centers retain sacred authority. Babylonian astronomical traditions remain powerful. Other cities possess libraries, schools, and archives. But Alexandria combines wealth, ambition, location, and royal obsession in a way few places can match. Its scholars can consult collections, correspond with distant centers, receive support, and work within a community designed to turn reading into production. Knowledge there is not only stored, it is processed. Texts arrive as raw material and leave as edited editions, commentaries, poems, measurements, theories, catalogues, and reputations. The rise of the city and the rise of the library therefore belong to the same movement. Alexandria is founded to control exchange, and the library is founded to control intellectual exchange. Alexandria channels grain and goods through its harbours, and the library channels texts through its catalogues. Alexandria takes the wealth of the Nile and projects it across the sea, and the library takes the memory of many cultures and projects it back as Ptolemaic glory. The city is a port for ships, but also for ideas. It stands at the place where Egypt's old depth meets the new ambitions of the Hellenistic age. What makes the story so haunting is that this confidence feels almost modern. The Ptolemies behave as if information itself can be collected into a system, as if enough resources can overcome distance, decay, and disagreement. They imagine, or at least encourage others to imagine, a center where the known world's writings can be gathered and ordered. That dream is astonishing, but it is never innocent. It grows from conquest, dynastic anxiety, and competition. It depends on scribe sailors, taxes, papyrus fields, royal commands, and the bodies of countless people who will never be named in the catalogues. It is brilliant and coercive, generous and possessive, visionary and vain. No single explanation fully accounts for its power, because its power comes from all of these things at once. By the time the library begins to take shape, Alexandria is no longer just Alexander's foundation. It is the Ptolemies' answer to the problem of empire after Alexander: how to rule a conquered land, impress rival kings, attract the best minds, and make a new capital feel inevitable. The answer is not only armies or temples or palaces. It is a city where the sea brings the world to the door, and where a dynasty dares to turn books into monuments. The shelves that will later be mourned as lost are born from this world of harbour, wind, royal calculation, and enormous appetite. Before the library can become a legend of destruction, it becomes something stranger, and more revealing: a tool by which a young dynasty tries to make itself the keeper of civilization. The institution that later generations call the Library of Alexandria does not appear in the ancient record with the clean edges modern imagination wants. It is tempting to picture a single grand building, a marble temple of books standing proudly beside the royal palaces with its doors open to every seeker of wisdom. But the closer one looks, the more the image breaks into connected pieces. The Mausillon, the royal quarter storage rooms, reading spaces, catalogues, copyists, scholars, officials, and perhaps more than one collection spread across more than one location. The library is real, but its shape is blurred. It belongs to an ancient world where institutions can be famous without leaving blueprints, where words like library, museum, archive, and temple do not always match modern categories, and where the survival of evidence depends on chance as much as importance. The Mausillon stands at the heart of this uncertainty. Its name comes from the Muses, the divine patrons of poetry, music, history, astronomy, and the arts of memory. Yet in Alexandria, the Museion is not simply a shrine in the narrow sense. It is a royal foundation for learned life, a place where scholars are gathered, supported, and placed near the center of power. Ancient writers describe a community with a shared dining hall, covered walkways, gardens, and spaces for study. There is a priest or official connected to the institution appointed under royal authority. The scholars receive privileges that separate them from ordinary urban existence. They are fed, they are honored, they are given time, perhaps the rarest luxury in the ancient world. In a city where most people labor, trade, haul, count, cook, serve, sail, and negotiate survival, the Mausillon offers a small group the astonishing permission to think for a living. This is one of the most important details in the story, because the greatness of Alexandria is not produced by shelves alone. A pile of scrolls, however vast, is not yet an intellectual revolution. Books must be read, compared, corrected, interpreted, copied, challenged, and taught. The Mausillon gives the library a human engine. It creates a setting where text can be turned into scholarship, and where scholarship can be turned into authority. The royal collection supplies the raw material. The scholars supply the methods. Together they form something closer to a research organism than a simple storehouse. The exact relationship between the Mausillon and the Great Library remains debated. Some ancient references speak of the library as if it is part of the palace complex. Others emphasize the Museion as the learned institution. Later accounts sometimes merge the two so completely that the distinction becomes almost invisible. What survives in the record suggests that the library was closely associated with the Museion and the royal quarter, but whether the main scroll collection occupied a separate building, attached rooms, multiple halls, or a more dispersed arrangement is uncertain. This uncertainty matters because it warns against imagining a single object that could be destroyed in one simple act. A royal scholarly complex can suffer damage in parts. Collections can be moved. Scrolls can be copied elsewhere. Institutions can decline even if buildings remain standing. The physical library and the intellectual community are connected but not identical. In the palace district, the setting must have been impressive. The Ptolemies build not only for usefulness but for display, and the area near the harbour becomes a theatre of monarchy. Palaces, gardens, administrative offices, sacred spaces, and learned institutions occupy a landscape designed to show that Alexandria is the new centre of the world. The Mausillon likely belongs within this privileged zone protected by royal proximity. That closeness gives it wealth and status, but also binds it to dynastic fate. The scholars of the Mausillon are not wandering philosophers under olive trees living by voluntary simplicity. They are in a sense court intellectuals. Their independence may be real in certain scholarly matters, but their lives are supported by kings. Royal patronage is both the foundation stone and the chain. Inside the learned community, the daily rhythm is difficult to reconstruct, but not impossible to imagine from scattered references and the works associated with Alexandrian scholarship. Scrolls arrive, sometimes purchased, sometimes copied from borrowed texts, sometimes seized or retained through royal pressure. They must be labelled stored and protected from damage. A papyrus roll is not a modern book that can be quickly flipped open to any page. It is handled with care, unrolled and re-rolled, its columns of writing running across the surface in a format that demands bodily attention. A reader must know where to begin, how to hold the roll, how to avoid tearing it, how to find the desired passage. If the collection is truly enormous by ancient standards, then organization becomes nearly as important as possession. That is where cataloguing becomes an intellectual act. The most famous figure connected with this work is Callimachus of Cyrene, a poet and scholar of the 3rd century BCE. He's associated with the Pinakies, a vast catalogue or bibliographic work that classified authors and texts. The Pinax itself is lost, which is almost painfully appropriate, but ancient references suggest that it organized works by genre and included information about authors, titles, opening words, and perhaps questions of authenticity. It may not have been a shelf list in the modern library sense, and scholars still debate its exact form, scale, and practical use. Yet its importance is clear. In a world drowning not in printed abundance, but in fragile handwritten scarcity, to create a systematic map of literature is to change how knowledge can be approached. The catalogue becomes a guide through the labyrinth. A less known but revealing point is that ancient titles were not always stable. Works might be identified by their opening words, by subject, by author, by later convention, or by descriptions that changed over time. An author's name could be attached wrongly. A famous writer could attract false works like iron filings to a magnet. Multiple versions of a poem could circulate with lines, added, removed, rearranged, or corrupted through generations of copying and performance. The Alexandrian scholars faced not only the problem of collecting books, but the problem of deciding what a book actually is. Where does the authentic Homer end and later interference begin? Which plays are genuinely by a famous tragedian? Which lines belong in the text? Which works are duplicates under different titles? These may sound like quiet technical questions, but they are also acts of cultural power. The scholar who decides the correct text helps decide what future generations will inherit. The library's shelves, then, are not passive. They're full of instability. Every scroll carries a history of hands. A poem recited in archaic Greece becomes a written copy in one city, then another, gathering mistakes and corrections. A medical observation from one school travels to a new setting where a scribe misunderstands a word. A local history reaches Alexandria with names unfamiliar to Greek copyists. An Egyptian tradition is summarized in Greek, losing something in the crossing. A mathematical proof survives because someone copies it carefully. Another disappears because it is not copied at all. The library gathers these fragile streams and tries to discipline them. It is a place of preservation, but also of selection, correction, and sometimes distortion. The Mausion scholars live inside this pressure. Their work can seem narrow from a distance, especially when later readers encounter ancient debates over accents, rare words, variant lines, and mythological references. But this precision is part of Alexandria's revolution. The scholars develop methods for comparing manuscripts, marking doubtful passages, explaining obscure terms, and building commentaries around difficult works. They create editions that influence how Greek literature is read for centuries. They treat old poems not only as cultural treasures, but as problems to be solved. In doing so, they help invent habits of scholarship that remain recognizable even now: citation, classification, textual criticism, commentary, and the suspicion that a received text may conceal a complicated history. The library's arrangement must have reflected these needs. Scrolls likely sit in containers, niches, shelves, or storage rooms marked by tags called Silly Boy that identify contents without requiring each roll to be opened. The air is dry enough in Egypt to help papyrus survive under good conditions, but Alexandria's coastal humidity is not ideal compared with the desert. Salt air, insect handling, and time remain constant enemies. The survival of a collection requires maintenance. Damaged rolls must be recopied. Labels must be kept accurate. Copies must be checked. The dream of gathering all books is therefore also the nightmare of endless administration. A great library does not merely exist, it must be continually remade. There may also have been more than one major Alexandrian collection. Later tradition speaks of a daughter library associated with the Serapeum, the great temple of Serapis, though the timing, contents, and relationship to the main royal library remain uncertain. This possibility complicates the story further. If some scrolls were housed or made accessible in another part of the city, then Alexandria's intellectual life was not confined to a single palace institution. Yet the Serapeum belongs more fully to later sections of the library's fate, because its destruction becomes entangled with the legend of the library's end. For now, what matters is that Alexandrian book culture may have had layers: royal, temple-based, scholarly, private, and educational. The great library is the brightest part of a larger ecosystem. The people who move through that ecosystem are not all equal. At the top are famous scholars invited and supported because their names bring honor. Beneath or beside them are copyists, assistants, book handlers, servants, administrators, and perhaps translators whose labor is essential but less celebrated. A royal collection of hundreds of thousands of rolls, if the later numbers are even remotely close, cannot function through genius alone. It requires hands that cut papyrus, prepare ink, copy columns, attach labels, repair damage, carry rolls, maintain spaces, and record acquisitions. Many of those people vanish from the record as working people so often do. The library's glory rests partly on anonymous labor. The scholars themselves are not always serene guardians of wisdom. Ancient intellectual communities can be competitive, vain, sharp-tongued, and politically vulnerable. Positions at court are desirable, and desirable positions invite rivalry. Poets criticize other poets. Grammarians dispute readings. Mathematicians and astronomers work within traditions where reputation matters. A scholar can be celebrated under one ruler and unwelcome under another. There are stories of intellectuals being invited, rewarded, mocked, exiled, or drawn into courtly tensions. The Mausion may be dedicated to the Muses, but it is not outside human pettiness. This is one of the dry truths of civilization. Even the preservation of wisdom depends on people who argue over status funding, and whether someone else's edition of Homer is wrong, and yet the results are extraordinary. The Alexandrian environment allows scholarship to accumulate across generations. Zenodotus, often associated with early editing of Homer, helps establish a tradition of critical engagement with epic texts. Callimachus turns cataloguing into a monumental intellectual project. Apollonius of Rhodes writes learned epic in the shadow of earlier poetry. Eratosthenes, later head of the library, measures the Earth's circumference with astonishing elegance, combining observation geometry and reports about the sun's angle in different Egyptian locations. Aristophanes of Byzantium and Aristarchus of Samothrace refine textual criticism and literary scholarship. Not all of this work happens in one room, and not all of it can be credited simply to the library, But the Alexandrian system gives these minds proximity to texts, tools, and each other. The library also changes the meaning of old literature. Homer, for example, is not merely performed or revered. Homer is edited. Greek tragedy is not merely remembered. It is collected and classified. Rare words are explained. Myths are cross-referenced. Earlier authors are turned into objects of study. A civilization begins to look back on its own past with analytical distance. That is a subtle turning point in human memory. Oral fame becomes textual heritage. Textual heritage becomes scholarship. Scholarship becomes authority. Authority shapes education. Education shapes what later generations think the ancient world was, but there is a cost hidden inside that achievement. Once a central institution becomes powerful enough to define correct texts, alternative versions can fade. Local traditions may be judged inferior. Variant readings may be marked as doubtful and eventually disappear. Works that do not fit elite tastes may receive less attention. The Alexandrian scholars preserve, but they also filter. No library, however ambitious, is a neutral mirror of the world. It is an arrangement made by people with languages, preferences, funding, and limits. The evidence remains incomplete, but the pattern is familiar. Preservation and loss often happen at the same time. This makes the shelves of Alexandria more mysterious, not less. They are not simply a treasure chest waiting to be destroyed. They are a living system of choices. Every role that enters must be named. Every text must be placed in relation to others. Every damaged copy forces a decision. Every catalogue entry creates a path and leaves other paths harder to see. In the silence of the lost Pinaeus, one can feel the scale of what has vanished, not only texts, but the ancient map of texts, the way Alexandrian scholars understood the universe of writing available to them. The Mouseion and its shelves therefore mark a new stage in the story. The city has been founded, the dynasty has made knowledge a royal project, and now the project has taken institutional form. Scholars eat at the king's expense. Scrolls arrive from ships, markets, embassies, and older collections. Catalogues begin to tame abundance. The palace district becomes a landscape where power and thought stand close enough to touch. For a while the arrangement works. Alexandria becomes the place where the ancient world studies itself, yet the very success of the institution plants the seeds of later uncertainty. Because the library is tied to the palace, war near the palace can threaten it. Because it is tied to royal patronage, dynastic weakness can starve it. Because it is made of papyrus, time itself is an enemy. Because it depends on catalogues and copying, any break in administration can become a wound. And because its fame grows larger than its physical reality, later ages will find it easy to turn partial damage, gradual decline, and scattered memories into one immense legend of loss. Before the flames and accusations, before the stories that blame Caesar Christians or conquerors, there is this quieter truth. The Library of Alexandria is never just a building. It is an ecosystem, and ecosystems can die in more than one way. Books become power in Alexandria because they are never only books. They are prestige-made portable authority, written in ink memory that can be bought, copied, seized, corrected, hidden, displayed, and turned into royal possession. In a world where kings measure themselves against other kings, a rare scroll can matter like a rare jewel, not because it shines under torchlight, but because it carries the voice of a poet, the method of a physician, the law of a city, the record of a war, or the sacred memory of a people. To collect such things is to collect more than information. It is to collect legitimacy. The Ptolemies understand this with remarkable clarity. Their armies guard Egypt's borders. Their fleets move across the eastern Mediterranean. Their officials count grain and taxes, but their librarians and agents serve another front of the same campaign. They fight for possession of the written world. The ancient book trade is difficult to reconstruct in detail, but what survives in the records suggests a lively and imperfect network. Texts circulate through private owners, teachers, professional copyists, philosophers' schools, temple archives, city records, travelling scholars and markets where books can be purchased, commissioned or forged. A famous work is not a fixed object. It may exist in multiple copies of varying quality. Some are carefully made, others are corrupted by hurried copying, damaged exemplars, careless scribes or deliberate interpolation. A royal collector who wants the best version of a text faces a problem that feels surprisingly modern. Abundance does not guarantee reliability. More copies can mean more disagreement. The great library must gather, but it must also judge. Alexandria's hunger for books becomes famous enough to attract stories that sit somewhere between history, institutional memory, and moral anecdote. One tradition claims that every ship entering the harbour could be searched for scrolls. Any books found were taken to be copied. The copies were returned to their owners while the originals were kept for the royal collection. It is hard to know whether this happened exactly as described, how often it occurred, or whether the tale exaggerates a real practice into something more dramatic. Scholars still debate the reliability of such reports, but the story's survival tells us what people believed about Alexandria, that it wanted books with a force bordering on piracy, and that royal power could turn even a traveller's private scroll into state property. Another famous story concerns the official texts of the great Athenian dramatists. The Ptolemies were said to have borrowed authoritative copies of plays by Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides from Athens. After paying a large deposit, then kept the originals and returned copies instead. Whether the details are exact or sharpened by later writers, the anecdote expresses the same cultural truth. Alexandria seeks not merely any copy, but the most prestigious copy, the one closest to civic authority and literary origin. Athens has old glory. Alexandria has new wealth. The exchange, if it happened in anything like this form, is almost a miniature portrait of the Hellenistic world. Older Greek cities possess inherited prestige, while royal courts possess money powerful enough to tempt pressure or outmaneuver them. This hunger transforms the meaning of collection. A library in Alexandria is not a quiet accumulation of whatever happens to be donated. It is an aggressive project of acquisition. Agents may travel to book markets in Rhodes, Athens, and other centres. Scholars may request texts. Kings may use diplomatic channels. Rare works may be copied from private owners or temples. Local histories, epics, treatises, plays, philosophical writings, and technical manuals become desirable not only for their content, but for their contribution to the royal claim of completeness. The dream is not simply to have many books. The dream is to have all books, or at least to be seen as the place where all books could in principle be found. That ambition demands a supply chain as complex as the scholarship itself. Papyrus must be produced, cut, joined, polished, written, unrolled, tagged, stored, and repaired. Egypt's papyrus industry gives the Ptolemies an advantage since the plant grows in the Nile environment, and the finished writing material is exported across the Mediterranean. A scroll begins as a plant in wetland mud, then becomes a sheet, then a surface for ink, then a vessel of thought. The transformation is so ordinary in antiquity that later readers may forget how physical it is. Every philosophical argument, epic simile, medical observation, and astronomical calculation depends on reeds, water knives, glue hands, and time. The scroll itself shapes the way knowledge is stored and used. Unlike a codex which allows easy movement between pages, a roll encourages linear reading. Finding a passage requires unrolling and re-rolling, guided by memory tags or marks. Long works are divided into multiple rolls, which means that an ancient count of scrolls does not equal a count of separate titles. When later sources speak of hundreds of thousands of rolls at Alexandria, the number may include many subdivisions of large works, duplicates, commentaries, and varying copies. The figures are uncertain, and ancient authors often use numbers rhetorically. Still, the logistical burden would have been immense even at more conservative scales. A library of tens of thousands of rolls is already a major administrative organism. A library claiming hundreds of thousands becomes a world of corridors, containers, labels, catalogues, and constant human handling. To make such a world usable, Alexandria needs classification. It is not enough to possess scrolls if no one can find them or understand their relationship to one another. This is where the scholarly and bureaucratic sides of the library meet. Callimachus's Pinakes. The great bibliographic project associated with the library shows that cataloguing itself becomes a form of knowledge. Authors are grouped works, identified titles, stabilized genres distinguished, and questions of authenticity raised. The catalogue becomes an intellectual architecture built over the physical shelves. It is a map of memory, and like all maps, it both reveals and distorts. It gives order to abundance, but it also imposes categories that may not fit every work equally well. The act of classification has deeper consequences than it first appears. When a work is placed among epics, tragedies, histories, medical writings, or philosophical texts, it enters a frame of interpretation. When an author is listed with biographical details, that life becomes part of how the works are understood. When doubtful texts are separated from accepted texts, future readers inherit a judgment. When variant titles are merged or distinguished, literary history changes shape. The library's catalogues are not neutral tools, they are decisions made visible. What survives in the record suggests that Alexandrian scholars understood the written past as something that could be organized systematically, and that confidence becomes one of their most lasting legacies. Copying is equally powerful. In a manuscript culture, the copyist is not a mechanical device. A copyist may introduce errors by sight, by hearing if copying from dictation, by misunderstanding abbreviations, by accidentally skipping lines, by repeating phrases, or by correcting what looks wrong but is actually right. A learned copyist might improve a text, an arrogant one might damage it. Alexandrian scholars confront these problems by comparing manuscripts and developing critical signs to mark questionable lines. They are especially famous for their work on Homer, where centuries of oral tradition, performance local versions, and written copies create a dense field of variation. To edit Homer in Alexandria is not simply to preserve a beloved poet. It is to decide which Homer the future will receive. That decision carries cultural force. Homer is central to Greek education and identity. His poems provide heroic memory language, moral examples, mythic history, and shared reference points across the Greek-speaking world. If Alexandria can produce authoritative editions of Homer, then Alexandria becomes a gatekeeper of Greekness itself. This is remarkable because Alexandria is a new city in Egypt ruled by Macedonian kings outside the old Greek mainland. By mastering the texts of the Greek past, the Ptolemy's city claims the right to define that past. The library becomes a way for a young capital to speak with an ancient voice. The same logic extends to tragedy, lyric poetry, philosophy, medicine, and history. A text kept in Alexandria is not only preserved, it may be corrected, annotated, and canonized. A text ignored may fall more easily into silence. No single explanation fully accounts for the survival patterns of ancient literature, because survival depends on many later centuries as well, including Roman copying, Byzantine education, monastic transmission, Arabic translation, and Renaissance recovery. But Alexandrian scholarship influences the early stages of what becomes the classical canon. It helps decide which works are central enough to be studied repeatedly, and repeated study increases the odds of survival. In the ancient world, attention is preservation. Translation adds another layer of power. Alexandria is multilingual by nature, though Greek dominates its royal and scholarly institutions. Egypt itself contains Egyptian languages and scripts including hieroglyphic, hieratic and demotic traditions. Jewish communities bring Hebrew and Aramaic traditions. The wider empire and trade networks connect to Phoenician, Persian, Babylonian and other bodies of knowledge. The story of the Septuagint, the Greek translation of Hebrew scriptures, is wrapped in legend, especially the famous tale of scholars producing a miraculous agreement in translation. The historical process was almost certainly more complex and gradual than the polished story suggests. Yet the broader significance is undeniable. In Alexandria, sacred and ancestral texts can be drawn into Greek, and Greek becomes a language through which traditions travel beyond their original communities. Translation is never innocent. It preserves by transforming. A translated text reaches new readers, but it also changes sound emphasis, ambiguity, and cultural setting. A Hebrew legal or sacred term becomes a Greek term with its own associations. Egyptian priestly knowledge rendered into Greek may become more accessible to Greek readers while losing layers that belong to temple training. Babylonian observations or Near Eastern traditions, if summarized or adapted, enter new intellectual frameworks. Alexandria's dream of universal knowledge therefore depends on acts of crossing that are both generous and violent. To translate is to rescue something from isolation, and also to remove it from its native air. Books also become power through scarcity. In a world without printing, a rare text can be effectively controlled if one possesses the best copy or the only copy available to a scholarly community. A king who gathers rare works can attract scholars who need access. Scholars who need access come to the king's city. Their presence increases the city's fame, which helps attract more books, which attracts more scholars. The system feeds itself. Alexandria becomes not only a collection but a magnet. Its library turns physical possession into intellectual gravity. The Ptolemies understand the public value of this gravity. Royal patronage of scholarship allows them to appear as guardians of civilization rather than mere rulers of territory. Court festivals, monumental architecture, religious foundations, and scholarly institutions all belong to the same language of display. A king who pays for poets and astronomers can present himself as refined, generous, and universal. It is a softer form of conquest, though not necessarily a gentler one. The same dynasty that collects books can also tax villages, heavily fight wars, suppress revolts, and scheme within its own family. The library does not erase the violence of monarchy. It gives monarchy a brilliant intellectual face. There is a revealing tension here. Knowledge in Alexandria is elevated, but it is also enclosed. The library is not a public library in the modern democratic sense. Ordinary residents of the city do not simply walk in, borrow a scroll, and browse the wisdom of the world. Access is shaped by status, language, institutional role, and proximity to royal authority. The scholars of the Mausion enjoy privileges unavailable to most people. The collection serves a courtly and elite scholarly culture. This does not diminish its achievements, but it complicates the romantic image. Alexandria preserves knowledge for humanity only indirectly. In its own time, it preserves knowledge for a kingdom, a scholarly class, and a vision of cultural supremacy. The lesser-known workers in this system remain mostly invisible. Someone must inspect incoming scrolls. Someone must make copies quickly enough that seized or borrowed texts can be returned, at least in theory. Someone must compare exemplars, write labels, store rolls, fetch requested works, mend damaged papyrus, and track where things belong. In a large collection, misplacement can become a kind of loss. A scroll in the wrong container may as well be buried. A missing tag can sever a work from its identity. If the opening portion of a roll is damaged and no catalogue preserves its title, the text becomes harder to recognize. The survival of knowledge depends on ordinary procedures performed well, again and again, by people whose names history does not keep. The fragility of this arrangement is easy to miss while the institution is strong. Royal money can pay copyists. Scholars can maintain catalogues. Acquisitions can continue. Damaged rolls can be replaced. But the system requires continuity. If funding falters, copying slows. If scholars leave, expertise disperses. If catalogues are damaged, order weakens. If political violence interrupts administration, scrolls can be neglected, even if no flame touches them. The library's power is therefore also its vulnerability. It centralizes knowledge in ways that make scholarship flourish, but it ties that flourishing to the health of a dynasty and the stability of a city. The book hunts of Alexandria also create an ethical shadow. Later admirers often celebrate the desire to collect everything, but the methods attributed to the Ptolemies raise uncomfortable questions. When a royal state takes originals and returns copies, is that preservation or theft? When a powerful court drains older cities of their best texts, does it save them, or impoverish their local traditions? When scholars mark some versions as authoritative, what happens to the living variety that existed before? The evidence remains incomplete, and some stories may be exaggerated, but the pattern is real enough to matter. Alexandria's greatness is built not only on love of knowledge, but on possession. Still, possession can save. This is the paradox at the center of the library. Many works may have survived longer because Alexandria wanted them. Some texts were copied, studied, and circulated precisely because the Ptolemies made them valuable. Even if the originals came by questionable means, their presence in a major scholarly center could lead to new additions and wider influence. Cultural history is full of such uncomfortable bargains. A conquering power destroys some things and preserves others. A royal collection narrows access and extends survival. A catalogue imposes order and prevents oblivion. No single moral judgment can hold the whole truth. By the time Alexandria's collection reaches its mature form, books have become part of the city's identity as surely as the lighthouse, the palaces, and the harbour. Ships bring cargo, but they may also bring texts. Markets sell goods, but somewhere agents look for rare rolls. Scholars dine under royal protection, but their labour turns acquired scrolls into cultural authority. The library's shelves hold not just literature, but the evidence of a state trying to gather the world into a manageable form. It is an imperial archive of ambition. This is why the later loss feels different from the loss of a private collection. If a single scholar's books disappear, a mind's tools vanish. If Alexandria's library disappears, a whole system of gathering, judging, translating, copying, and organizing is broken. The disaster, whenever and however it unfolds, is not only that scrolls are destroyed, it is that the machinery that made scrolls meaningful begins to fail. The catalogues, the critical methods, the expert communities, the acquisition networks, the royal will to preserve and possess, all of these are part of the library's body. For now, though the machinery still runs, the city at the edge of Egypt draws in ships. Royal officials count revenue. Papyrus moves from marsh to workshop to scribe. A newly arrived roll is unwrapped, inspected, perhaps copied, perhaps compared with another version already in the collection. Its title is recorded, its author is placed in a category, its words enter the Alexandrian order. Somewhere in the palace district, among corridors and shaded walks, the world becomes a little more searchable, a little more centralized, a little more dependent on one city's appetite. In Alexandria, books have become power, because memory has become something a king can command. Inside the dream, the scholars of Alexandria live in a strange kind of shelter. Around them, the city is loud with trade politics, salt wind, religious procession, court gossip, and the machinery of empire, but within the world of the Mouseion time is made to behave differently. A scholar can spend days over a damaged line of poetry, months comparing copies of a single epic, years calculating the shape of the earth or tracing the movement of stars. This is one of the most radical things the Ptolemies provide. They do not merely collect scrolls, they create an environment where certain people are released from ordinary economic pressure and allowed to pursue difficult questions for long periods. In antiquity, that is an extraordinary privilege. Most human beings do not have the luxury of sustained inquiry. They have fields, ships, kitchens, workshops, accounts, children, debts, taxes, and bodies that tire. Alexandria's scholars are not free from all anxiety, but they're given something rare enough to be almost miraculous: protected attention. The daily life of the Mouseion is only partly visible, but the surviving outlines suggest a community shaped by both study and ritualized status. The scholars may dine together at royal expense, walk in colonnaded spaces, consult scrolls from the selection, and participate in a shared institutional identity under the patronage of the Muses. They are not monks, though later readers sometimes imagine ancient scholars in monk-like silence. They are not modern professors, though parts of their work feel surprisingly familiar. They are poets, editors, mathematicians, physicians, astronomers, geographers, grammarians, philosophers, and critics drawn into one royal orbit. Some arrive because Alexandria offers the best access to texts. Some come because royal favour offers prestige. Some perhaps come because other centres cannot match the resources. The result is not a peaceful republic of pure wisdom, but a concentrated intellectual court, brilliant and competitive, dependent on kings yet capable of producing work that outlives kings by thousands of years. The first great inhabitants of this world are often remembered through fragments, later testimonies, and the afterlife of their achievements. Zenodotus of Ephesus associated with the early library works on Homer and helps establish the pattern of Alexandrian textual scholarship. He does not simply read the Iliad and Odyssey as inherited treasures. He treats them as unstable texts with variance problems and layers of transmission. Lines can be questioned, readings can be compared, words can be explained. In a culture where Homer is central to education, this is an act of immense confidence. To edit Homer is to touch the foundation of Greek literary memory. It suggests that even the most revered texts can be examined with critical discipline. Callimachus of Cyrene brings another kind of brilliance. He's both poet and organizer, a writer of refined and learned verse, and the figure most famously connected with the Pinax, the great catalogue of authors and works. A later age remembers him for the phrase that a big book is a great evil, though the exact context and force of that sentiment are debated. It is an amusing survival, because Callimachus himself is associated with one of the most ambitious bibliographic undertakings of antiquity. The contradiction is only apparent. He may distrust long, heavy, old-fashioned poetic bulk, while still loving intricate knowledge, compression, classification, and scholarly mastery. In Alexandria, poetry becomes self-conscious, elusive and dense with learned reference. The poet writes not only for listeners, but for readers who know earlier literature and can recognize echoes. A poem becomes a chamber of memory. Apollonius of Rhodes, linked to Alexandria, and later to Rhodes, composes the Argonautica, an epic about Jason and the voyage of the Argo. His work stands in the long shadow of Homer, and that shadow is part of its meaning. In earlier centuries, epic is the voice of heroic tradition. In Alexandria, epic becomes aware of being late. It knows that libraries exist. It knows that older poems have been collected, studied, and edited. The poet cannot pretend to sing from the dawn of memory in quite the same way. He writes in a world where the past is already shelved. This gives Alexandrian literature a distinctive atmosphere, learned, refined sometimes, emotionally subtle, sometimes criticized as overly artificial but unmistakably shaped by the presence of books. Eratosthenes of Cyrene shows the range of what the Alexandrian environment can support. He is a scholar of astonishing breadth, poet, geographer, mathematician, astronomer, critic, and eventually head of the library. His most famous achievement is the calculation of the Earth's circumference. The basic story is elegant. Reports from Syene in southern Egypt suggest that at noon, on the summer solstice, the sun shines nearly overhead, while at Alexandria at the same time it casts a measurable shadow. By comparing the angle of that shadow with the distance between the two places, Eratosthenes estimates the size of the Earth. The details of the measurement, the exact distance used, and the unit involved are still discussed by historians, but the intellectual beauty remains. He combines observation, geometry, geography, and confidence that the world can be understood through proportion. It is one of those moments when ancient science feels startlingly close, not because it has modern instruments, but because it has a method that still speaks. This detail also reveals something often overlooked. The Library of Alexandria is not merely a literary institution. It is not only about poems, plays, and philosophical works. It supports a culture in which measurement, classification, and comparison matter across disciplines. Geography in particular flourishes because Alexandria sits in a world widened by conquest and trade. Alexander's campaigns had stretched Greek awareness across Egypt, Persia, Central Asia, and toward India. Merchants and officials bring reports from distant regions. Earlier travelers, local informants, sailors, and royal surveys contribute data of varying quality. The challenge is to turn scattered reports into a coherent image of the inhabited world. Much of the evidence remains incomplete or distorted, but the ambition is profound. Alexandria is not satisfied with inheriting myths of distance. It tries to map distance. Astronomy too has a place in this world of disciplined curiosity. Greek astronomers inherit and transform older traditions, including observations from Mesopotamia. They debate models of planetary motion, celestial spheres, and the relation between mathematics and the visible sky. Alexandria's later astronomical tradition will eventually be associated with figures such as Hipparchus, and much later, under Roman rule, Claudius Ptolemy, though not all of this belongs to the early Ptolemaic library in a simple way. Still, the city's intellectual environment encourages the idea that the heavens can be recorded, compared, and mathematically described. The sky becomes not only a divine canopy but a problem of order. Medicine adds a more unsettling dimension. Alexandria becomes famous in antiquity for advances in anatomy and medical knowledge, especially through figures such as Herophilus and Erasistratus. Ancient sources suggest that human dissection, and possibly even vivisection of condemned prisoners, occurred under early Ptolemaic rule. The evidence is difficult and morally disturbing, filtered through later writers, and polemical traditions and scholars still debate the exact practices and their extent. But even the possibility marks Alexandria as unusual. In much of the Greek world, cutting open human bodies carries strong taboos. In Ptolemaic, Alexandria, royal authority, Egyptian embalming traditions, and the experimental hunger of physicians may have created a brief and controversial opening. Human anatomy becomes visible in a way it had rarely been before in Greek medicine. The body, like the text, is opened, examined, and classified. There is a revealing parallel between Alexandrian medicine and Alexandrian philology. The physician studies the body by separating parts, tracing vessels, naming organs, and questioning inherited theories. The grammarian studies the poem by separating lines, tracing variants, naming errors, and questioning inherited readings. Both are acts of disciplined cutting. Both depend on access to rare material. Both can produce knowledge and unease. Alexandria's scholars live in a culture that believes truth may be found by opening things that tradition kept. Whole epics, bodies, maps, languages, and the sky itself. The social atmosphere inside the Mausion must have been intense. Scholars with different specialties share patronage and space, but not necessarily temperament. The mathematician may view the poet as ornamental. The poet may view the grammarian as dry and pedantic. The physician may think both are detached from the realities of flesh and pain. The librarian must manage not only scrolls but egos. Royal courts amplify rivalry because recognition can bring position, security, and influence. Ancient anecdotes about scholars often preserve mockery and sharpness, even if the stories are not always reliable. The image of the serene ancient sage is partly a later fantasy. The real world of Alexandria likely contains brilliance, resentment, jokes, jealousy, flattery, ambition, and the cold awareness that royal favour can shift. This dependence on royal favour is not theoretical. The early Ptolemies sponsor scholarship lavishly, but later rulers are not always equally stable or generous. The court can become dangerous. Intellectuals may be expelled or replaced. Political conflict can reach into scholarly institutions. A scholar's position depends not only on talent but on the climate of the palace. That is one reason the library's history cannot be separated from the dynasty's history. The shelves may contain timeless works, but the people who care for them live under very temporal pressures. A change in king can alter the mood of an institution more quickly than any philosophical argument. Even within this elite world, access to knowledge is uneven. The scholars who become famous are overwhelmingly those writing in Greek and participating in Greek literary and scientific culture. Egyptian priests possessed deep learning of their own, including ritual texts, astronomical observations, medical traditions, and historical king lists, but their relationship to the Mausion is difficult to reconstruct. Manetho, an Egyptian priest writing in Greek under the early Ptolemies, produces a history of Egypt that later becomes influential for organizing Egyptian dynasties, though his work survives only in fragments and later summaries. His example is important because it shows knowledge crossing from Egyptian temple culture into Greek historiographical form. Yet the crossing is partial. Much remains outside the Greek scholarly frame or enters it transformed. The same is true of Jewish Alexandria. The city's Jewish community is large and intellectually significant, and the translation of Hebrew scriptures into Greek becomes one of the most consequential acts of cultural transmission in antiquity. The later legend of 70 or 72 translators working in perfect agreement is almost certainly shaped by theological and literary motives, but behind it lies a real Alexandrian phenomenon, a community needing sacred texts in the language of the Hellenistic world. In that act, Alexandria becomes not just a storehouse of Greek memory, but a place where traditions are revoiced for new audiences. The consequences reach far beyond the Ptolemies. Greek scriptures will shape Jewish diaspora life, early Christianity, theology, translation theory, and the religious history of the Mediterranean. Not all of this belongs directly inside the Royal Library, but it belongs to the city's larger atmosphere of text, language, and identity. What makes the scholars inside the Alexandrian dream so compelling is that they are both ancient and recognizable. They worry about corrupted texts. They debate authorship. They compare sources. They depend on funding. They compete for prestige. They produce careful work that many contemporaries may have found obscure. They sometimes pursue questions whose practical value is not immediately obvious, and yet those questions can change the scale of human understanding. How large is the earth? Which lines of Homer are authentic? How does the nervous system work? How should the known world be mapped? What is the relationship between myth and geography, between language and history, between observation and theory? These are not idle questions. They are ways of building a world that can be studied rather than merely inherited. There is also loneliness inside such work. A scholar bent over a scroll is surrounded by the greatest collection of texts in the Mediterranean, yet he is also alone with uncertainty. A line may be corrupt, and no surviving copy may solve it. A geographical report may contradict another. A medical theory may fit one observation and fail another. A star position may not match the expected pattern. The scholar's task is not to eliminate uncertainty completely, because that is impossible, but to discipline it. Alexandrian scholarship is powerful because it develops habits for living with incomplete evidence, comparison, notation, classification, cautious correction, and argument. The evidence remains incomplete, but the method becomes a way of not surrendering to confusion. One lesser-known but crucial feature of this scholarly world is the use of critical signs in texts. Alexandrian editors developed marks to indicate lines they considered spurious, repeated, misplaced, or noteworthy. These signs may seem small, almost invisible compared with the grandeur of the library, but they are revolutionary in spirit. They show a reader how to distrust a text while preserving it. Instead of simply deleting every doubtful passage, an editor can mark it, leaving a trace of uncertainty. That habit is one of the foundations of serious scholarship. Knowledge is not only what one claims to know, it is also the careful marking of what may be wrong. The scholars of Alexandria therefore create a culture in which doubt becomes productive. They do not abandon tradition, but they refuse to receive it passively. They honor Homer by questioning the text. They honor the body by dissecting it. They honor the earth by measuring it. They honor the world by mapping it. This does not make them modern scientists in a simple sense, and it would be misleading to flatten the differences between ancient and modern thought. Their assumptions, categories, instruments, and social world are not ours, but the family resemblance is strong enough to feel intimate. They are people trying to make inherited knowledge answerable to evidence and reason while still living inside myth, monarchy, religion, and fragile material culture. Outside, the Moussion Alexandria continues to pulse. Ships enter the harbour beneath the watch of the pharaohs. Grain moves toward export. Priests serve gods in temple courts. Royal politics grow more complex with each generation. In the streets, most people may know little of the fine points of Homeric criticism or geographical calculation. Yet the city's fame spreads because of the scholars working under royal protection. Their achievements become part of Alexandria's identity. The library is no longer merely a collection that kings boast about. It is a place where names are made. This human layer changes the meaning of the eventual loss. When people mourn the Library of Alexandria, they often imagine the disappearance of scrolls, But what also disappears is a way of working together across generations. A damaged scroll is tragic. A broken scholarly community is something deeper. The library can hold a text, but the Mausion teaches people how to read it with suspicion, patience, and skill. Without the scholars, the scrolls become quieter. Without the scrolls, the scholars lose their field of play. The dream requires both. For a while the balance holds. Royal ambition brings books. Books bring scholars. Scholars bring methods. Methods bring prestige. Prestige brings more royal ambition. Alexandria's intellectual life becomes self-reinforcing, a bright system turning wealth into memory and memory into power. Yet it is never as secure as it appears. A court can turn, a dynasty can weaken, a harbour can burn, a catalogue can be lost, a scholar can die before training a successor. Papyrus can decay in silence. The brilliance of Alexandria is not the opposite of fragility. It is inseparable from it. Within the shaded walks of the Mausion, a scholar unrolls a text and studies a disputed line. Somewhere else, another calculates distance from shadow. A physician records what the opened body reveals. A poet threads old myth through new learning. A cataloguer gives a title a place in the order of things. They do not know they are living inside a future legend. They do not imagine themselves as ghosts in the story of a lost library. They are simply working, arguing, revising, measuring, preserving, and sometimes getting things wrong. That ordinary intensity is what makes the dream real. Alexandria's greatness is not only in its shelves, but in the minds moving among them, trying to hold the world steady long enough to understand it. A library that claims the whole world must first decide what the whole world means. In Alexandria, that question is never simple. The city stands at a crossroads of sea and river, Greek and Egyptian power, royal ambition, and scholarly discipline, and its shelves grow from the belief that knowledge can be gathered from every reachable coast. Yet the world known to the Ptolemies is not a neat circle with clean borders. It is a shifting field of rumours, maps, trade routes, inherited myths, military reports, priestly records, sailors' stories, diplomatic gifts, local chronicles and texts whose origins are already old when they arrive. The library's dream of completeness is therefore built on both confidence and uncertainty. It reaches outward with enormous appetite, but every scroll it gathers also reveals how much remains beyond the horizon. The collection almost certainly holds the great pillars of Greek literature. Homer stands near the centre, not as a single untouchable monument, but as a body of text to be studied, corrected, and argued over. The tragic poets of Athens, the comic poets, lyric poets, philosophers, historians, orators, medical writers, mathematicians, and technical authors all become part of the Alexandrian inheritance. These are the works that allow the Ptolemies to claim guardianship over Greek culture even from Egyptian soil. A scholar entering the library's world can find the past of the Greek-speaking peoples gathered in unusual concentration, heroic song, civic drama, philosophical debate, accounts of wars, genealogies of gods, speeches, laws, and older explanations of nature. In this sense, the library is not only a collection, it is an attempt to make Greek civilization portable, searchable, and centered in Alexandria. But the library's ambition cannot stop at Greece, because Alexandria itself is proof that the Greek world has collided with older and wider traditions. Egypt surrounds the city with a depth of time that Greek intellectuals cannot ignore. Egyptian civilization has king lists stretching into remote antiquity, monumental inscriptions, temple rituals, medical practices, astronomical observations, mathematical techniques, agricultural knowledge and religious liturgy tied to priestly institutions. Some of this knowledge is difficult for Greek scholars to access directly, because it belongs to languages, scripts, and sacred settings outside ordinary Greek education. Yet the Ptolemaic court has every reason to draw Egyptian learning into its orbit. To rule Egypt well and to appear legitimate while doing so, the dynasty must understand, patronize, translate, and sometimes appropriate Egyptian tradition. Manetho's history of Egypt becomes a crucial example of this crossing. As an Egyptian priest writing in Greek, he organizes Egyptian kings into dynasties in a form that later historians continue to use, even though his original work is lost and survives only through fragments and summaries in later authors. His case shows both the promise and the danger of Alexandria's intellectual world. Knowledge moves across cultural boundaries and reaches new audiences, but it does so in altered form. Egyptian historical memory becomes legible to Greek readers through Greek categories and royal contexts. What survives in the record suggests a meeting of traditions, not a simple transfer. Something is preserved, something is reframed, and something is lost in the movement. The same pattern likely applies to many forms of non-Greek knowledge. Babylonian astronomy, for example, represents one of the great observational traditions of the ancient world. For centuries, Mesopotamian scholars had recorded celestial phenomena with remarkable patience, creating data that later Greek astronomers could use and reinterpret. Whether specific Babylonian texts sat in Alexandria's main collection in large numbers is difficult to prove, but the intellectual exchange between Near Eastern observation and Greek mathematical astronomy is part of the broader Hellenistic world in which Alexandria thrives. The evidence remains incomplete, yet the pattern is clear enough. Alexandria belongs to an age when conquest trade and scholarly curiosity bring older regional traditions into new combinations. Persian, Phoenician, Jewish, Egyptian, Greek, and other bodies of knowledge move through this interconnected world in uneven ways. Some arrive as full texts, some arrive as translations, some arrive as summaries, oral reports, inscriptions copied by travelers or claims embedded in later works. A royal library can gather scrolls, but it cannot gather context so easily. A law code separated from its community becomes an object of study. A sacred text translated into another language takes on new life but loses certain resonances. A technical manual copied by someone outside its craft may preserve words without preserving practice. This is one reason the library's completeness must always be understood cautiously. It may have aimed at universality, but universality in antiquity is always mediated by language, power, and access. Still, even partial universality is astonishing. Imagine the range of subjects that may have passed through Alexandrian hands: epic poetry, local histories, genealogies, royal chronicles, mathematical treatises, astronomical observations, star catalogues, medical texts, anatomical reports, botanical notes, philosophical dialogues, grammatical studies, commentaries, speeches, dramatic scripts, mythographic collections, geographical descriptions, travel, narratives, religious writings, technical works on mechanics, music theory, agriculture, military engineering law, rhetoric and lexicons of rare words. Not all of these categories are equally well documented for the library itself, and one must resist the temptation to fill the shelves with every ancient text one wishes had survived. But the intellectual culture surrounding Alexandria makes such breadth plausible in broad outline. The institution's fame rests not merely on number, but on range. The ancient figures for the library's size are famous and slippery. Later writers speak of hundreds of thousands of scrolls, sometimes around 400,000, sometimes 490,000, sometimes 700,000 when including other collections. These numbers cannot be treated as exact inventory reports. They may count rolls rather than works. They may include duplicates, partial works, commentaries, or scrolls stored in related collections. They may reflect exaggeration, institutional boasting, or confusion among sources writing long after the early library's height. Scholars still debate how to interpret them. Yet even if the highest figures are inflated, the basic claim remains significant. Ancient memory regarded Alexandria's collection as enormous, perhaps unmatched and qualitatively different from ordinary book holdings. The distinction between scrolls and works is important. A single long history might occupy many rolls. A collected edition of plays could require numerous physical units. A commentary on a poem could be longer than the poem itself. Duplicate copies might be kept for comparison. A damaged roll might coexist with a corrected copy. If an ancient writer says a library contains hundreds of thousands of scrolls, the number does not mean hundreds of thousands of separate books in the modern sense. But it does suggest a vast administrative and physical world. Each roll has weight, volume, and vulnerability. Each needs a label. Each must be placed somewhere. Each can be misplaced, damaged, copied, or forgotten. The library's range therefore produces a practical problem. The more the world is gathered, the harder the world becomes to manage. This may be why cataloguing becomes one of Alexandria's defining achievements. The pinnacs associated with Callimachus are more than a list. They are the intellectual skeleton of the collection. To classify authors by genre, identify record opening lines, and distinguish genuine from doubtful writings is to create order within abundance. It is also to create a portrait of literature as a knowable field. Before such cataloguing, a scholar might know many works, but Alexandria attempts something more systematic, a map of authorship itself. The catalogue tells the scholar not only what is present, but how the written world is arranged. If the shelves are a body, the catalogue is the nervous system. That system has consequences far beyond convenience. It encourages comparison across time and genre. It allows a poet to locate rare mythological material. It allows a grammarian to trace unusual words. It allows a historian to know which earlier accounts exist and where they might be found. It allows a librarian to see gaps and pursue missing works. It turns the collection from accumulation into architecture. This is one of the lesser-known wonders of Alexandria. The true miracle is not that many scrolls were stored. Large storehouses are difficult but not conceptually revolutionary. The deeper miracle is that scholars tried to make the stored world navigable. The content of that world, however, is shaped by elite values. Greek literary and philosophical works likely receive special attention because the court's prestige depends on them, and because the leading scholars are trained in Greek traditions. Egyptian, Jewish, Babylonian, Persian, or other materials may enter the Alexandrian orbit, but often through translation, summary, adaptation, or selective interest. Practical knowledge from farmers, sailors, artisans, midwives, builders, and healers may be used indirectly without being honored as authorship. The world of the library is wide but not democratic. It preserves voices that can be written, collected, and valued by institutions of power. Many forms of knowledge remain outside its catalogues because they live in bodies, communities, habits, and work rather than in prestigious scrolls. This should not make the library seem smaller. It makes it more real. Every archive reflects the society that builds it. Alexandria's library can aim at all knowledge while still being partial. It can preserve rare texts while ignoring ordinary lives. It can gather foreign wisdom while filtering it through Greek scholarly language. It can create magnificent access for a few and no access for many. Its greatness and its limitations are inseparable. To imagine it as a perfect universal library is to replace history with fantasy. To recognize its limits is to see the achievement more clearly within the constraints of monarchy, language, material fragility, and ancient communication. Alexandria pushed the idea of collected knowledge further than almost anyone before it. The range of the library also helps explain its magnetic effect on scholarship. A mathematician benefits from access to earlier proofs, geometrical problems, and astronomical observations. A physician benefits from medical writings, anatomical reports, and perhaps comparative traditions. A poet benefits from obscure myths, rare words, and old forms. A geographer benefits from travellers' accounts, royal surveys, histories of campaigns, and astronomical measurement. A grammarian benefits from variant copies of canonical texts. The library creates conditions for cross-pollination. Not every scholar becomes interdisciplinary in a modern sense, but the proximity of materials allows knowledge to travel unexpectedly. A poem can preserve geographical detail. A history can contain ethnographic observation. A medical text can depend on philosophical assumptions. A catalogue can become a research tool for everyone. Geography offers a particularly vivid example of Alexandria's world-making. The city's scholars inherit a Mediterranean that has become larger in Greek consciousness after Alexander's campaigns. India is no longer pure legend, though it remains distant and often misunderstood. The Nile's sources remain mysterious. The shape of Africa is uncertain. The extent of Europe and Asia invites debate. Ocean, desert, mountains, rivers, and inhabited zones become subjects of measurement and speculation. Eratosthenes' geographical work now mostly lost attempts to systematize knowledge of the Earth, including its size and inhabited regions. What survives through later authors suggests a mind trying to bring mathematical order to the planet. In the library's world, geography is not merely description. It is a form of intellectual conquest. History too changes under the pressure of collected texts. Earlier historians often write with limited access to sources, relying on local traditions, oral reports, inscriptions, and previous works available to them. In Alexandria, a historian or chronographer can potentially consult multiple accounts, compare dates, align king lists, and build broader frameworks. Chronology becomes an intellectual challenge of great importance. Greek myths, Egyptian dynasties, Near Eastern kingdoms, Olympic records, priestly lists, and civic histories do not naturally fit into one timeline. Scholars must decide how to synchronize them. The desire to order time itself is one of the library's grand ambitions. It is not enough to know many stories. The stories must be placed in relation to one another. That ambition reveals a hidden emotional force. A library of the whole world is not only about control, it is also about fear. Human beings collect because they know things vanish. A poem not copied may disappear. A city destroyed in war may lose its records. A teacher's knowledge dies with him if no pupil preserves it. A foreign language may become inaccessible. A sacred practice may be interrupted. The Ptolemies may have collected for prestige, but the scholars who worked among the scrolls understood fragility intimately. Every variant manuscript is evidence that transmission is unstable. Every damaged roll whispers that time is always eating the edges. The library's vastness is a defense against oblivion, and yet that defense depends on the same fragile materials it tries to overcome. Papyrus is excellent, but not immortal. Ink fades. Edges fray. Rodents, insects, dampness, fire, careless handling, and political neglect threaten the collection. The larger the library becomes, the more continuous maintenance it requires. Universal knowledge in this form is not a mountain of stone. It is a garden that must be watered, pruned, replanted, and guarded. If the gardeners leave, the garden declines. If the water stops, roots dry. If war breaks the walls, the rarest plants may die first. This vulnerability makes the Alexandrian dream poignant even at its height. Some later legends inflate the library into something almost supernatural, as if it contained all the secrets of the ancient world. Lost technologies, hidden sciences, maps of unknown continents, wisdom that could have transformed history if only it had survived. Such claims are popular because they make absence feel magical. But mainstream history gives a more grounded and in many ways more moving picture. The library likely contained no single key that would have made humanity modern 2,000 years early. It was not a vault of impossible machines or forbidden cosmic truths. Its loss did not plunge the world instantly into darkness. Many ancient intellectual traditions continued elsewhere. What it did contain, at least in all likelihood, was something more human and more precious, a vast accumulation of literature, observation, argument, error, correction, memory, and method. The tragedy is not that fantasy secrets were lost. The tragedy is that real human work was lost. Among those losses were works whose absence can still be felt by name. Ancient authors refer to histories we do not possess, poems we cannot read, plays reduced to titles, scientific works known only through later summaries, philosophical writings preserved in fragments, and local records that might have illuminated vanished communities. Alexandria did not hold all of them, and not all were lost there, but the library stands as the great symbol of their disappearance. When one sees a title in an ancient catalogue, or a quotation preserved by a later writer, it is like seeing light from a room whose door has closed forever. The title proves the room existed. It does not let us enter. This is why the idea of Alexandria becomes larger than the institution itself. It represents the ancient world's attempt to gather the voices of many places into one intellectual horizon. It is not universal by modern standards, but it is universal in aspiration. It tries to bring Homer and Egyptian chronology, mathematics and medicine, tragedy and astronomy, sacred translation, and royal propaganda maps and myths into proximity. It turns the written world into something that can be searched, corrected, classified, and expanded. Its range is astonishing, not because it is complete, but because it knows enough to desire completeness. The city outside continues to feed this desire. Ships arrive with cargo and stories. Diplomats bring gifts and documents. Scholars send for copies. Book dealers learn what the royal agents want. The Ptolemies' wealth makes acquisition possible, and the city's location makes acquisition practical. Alexandria is the mouth through which Egypt speaks to the sea, and the ear through which the sea speaks back. Every arrival might carry something rare, a better copy of a poem, a local chronicle, a technical manual, an astronomical record, a foreign sacred text, an old commentary, a strange travel account from a region barely understood. Most arrivals are probably ordinary. A few may change scholarship. Inside the collection, the world becomes layered. Old Greek songs sit near scholarly notes written centuries later. Egyptian history enters Greek prose. Mathematical abstraction rests beside practical measurement. Myths from distant regions are translated, compared, and sometimes misunderstood. The library does not erase difference. It places difference under one administrative imagination. That is both its brilliance and its danger. To gather the world is to risk believing the world has been mastered, but no shelf can master the world. The horizon keeps moving. New regions remain unknown. Old traditions resist translation. Oral knowledge refuses to become a role. Political events disrupt intellectual plans. Human memory always exceeds its containers. The Library of Alexandria, even at its greatest, is therefore a monument not to completion but to striving. It is the place where the ancient Mediterranean most dramatically acts on the belief that knowledge scattered across peoples and time can be drawn together, compared, and made to speak across boundaries. As the collection grows, so does the shadow it casts. The more it contains, the more its possible loss will mean. A small library can vanish and leave a wound. A library that has tried to hold the whole world can vanish and become a civilization's nightmare. That is the tension now gathering around Alexandria. The shelves are full, the catalogues expand, scholars build their systems, kings boast of possession, and the city shines as if knowledge can be made secure by wealth and organization. Yet the harbour remains a place of war as well as trade. The palace district is close to the water. The dynasty that feeds the library is not immune to crisis. The same roots that bring scrolls can bring armies. The world has been gathered with astonishing effort, but it has been gathered into a city made of politics, papyrus, and stone beside a dangerous sea. The first great wound in the story comes from the sea. Not from slow decay, not from forgotten shelves, not from scholars leaving quietly over generations, but from war pressing into the harbour where Alexandria's power is most exposed. The city that has gathered the world by ship can also be endangered by ships. Its waterfront, so essential to its wealth and intellectual reach, becomes the stage for one of the most famous and disputed disasters in the history of books. Julius Caesar arrives in Egypt as a Roman general pursuing the aftershocks of civil war, but in Alexandria he steps into a dynastic struggle, already burning with its own heat. The Ptolemaic kingdom is no longer the confident machine of its early centuries. It is rich, cultured, and still magnificent, but politically strained, dependent on Roman power, and torn by rival claims to the throne. The library exists now in a city where royal ambition has become royal fragility. The Egypt Caesar enters in 48 BCE is ruled at least in name by the young Ptolemy III and his sister Cleopatra VII, whose struggle for power has become dangerous enough to invite outside intervention. Cleopatra is not the last ruler of an ancient fairy tale, but a highly educated Ptolemaic monarch fighting for survival in a world where Rome increasingly decides the fate of Eastern kingdoms. She belongs to the same dynasty that had built Alexandria's intellectual glory, though by her time the old scholarly institutions have already passed through generations of political change. The kingdom still carries the prestige of its past. The city still gleams with palaces, temples, docks, and accumulated memory. But the old balance has shifted. Rome is the force no Hellenistic ruler can ignore. Caesar has defeated Pompey in the Roman Civil War, and Pompey flees to Egypt seeking refuge. Instead, he is murdered by agents of Ptolemy XIII, who hope the act will please Caesar. It does not. Caesar enters Alexandria, becomes entangled in the conflict between Cleopatra and her brother, and soon finds himself besieged in the palace district. What follows is the Alexandrian War, a compact but violent episode in which one of the greatest cities of the Mediterranean becomes a battlefield. The royal quarter, the harbour, the fleet, the docks, and nearby buildings are drawn into the struggle. In this setting, the famous fire begins. The basic military situation is clear enough in outline. Caesar, trapped and outnumbered, cannot allow enemy forces to control the fleet in the harbour. Ships are strategic life. They can cut him off, supply his enemies, or become weapons against him. To prevent this, Caesar orders ships burned. Fire spreads along the waterfront. Warehouses or dockside structures may catch. In the chaos of a harbour filled with wood rope, pitch sails, cargo and crowded buildings, flames are not easily polite. They do not stop because later historians would prefer a clean boundary. The question that has haunted the story for centuries is what exactly burns with the ships. Some ancient sources suggest that books were destroyed during this fire. The numbers vary and the wording matters. Later writers refer to tens of thousands of books or scrolls burned sometimes in warehouses near the harbour, rather than inside the main library itself. This distinction is crucial. If scrolls were stored near the docks, perhaps recently acquired awaiting transfer, export or copying, then a disastrous loss of books could occur without the central library building being consumed. Other accounts speak more generally, and later, imagination expands the event into the burning of the Great Library. The evidence remains incomplete, and no surviving contemporary description gives the dramatic scenes so often imagined: Caesar's flames racing through the main halls of the library, while scholars watch civilization turn to smoke. That image is powerful, but the sources do not securely give it to us. Caesar himself, in the surviving account of the civil war associated with his writings, does not describe the destruction of the library. That silence is not proof that nothing happened, because ancient authors omit many things, especially if they are inconvenient. But it matters. Later writers, including Seneca, Plutarch, Aulus Gellius, Dio Cassius, and others in different ways, preserve traditions of books burned in the Alexandrian conflict. They are not all writing at the same time with the same information or with the same purpose. Some refer to a large number of scrolls lost. Some are vague. Some write long after the event when memory has had time to simplify. Scholars still debate how much weight to give each testimony. The most cautious conclusion is that Caesar's fire likely destroyed some books, perhaps many, but whether it destroyed the main Library of Alexandria is uncertain and often doubted. This is where the popular story begins to separate from the historical problem. The popular story wants Caesar to be the man who burned the library. It is a clean accusation, and it fits the emotional shape of tragedy. Caesar the Conqueror destroys the wisdom of the world in an act of military necessity or reckless arrogance. There is moral drama in that version. The sword burns the scroll. Empire destroys memory. But history once again resists neatness. The fire may have destroyed books without destroying the institution. The main library may already have suffered earlier decline or may have continued afterward in some form. The Mouseion certainly does not vanish from the record immediately after Caesar. Scholars and intellectual life continue in Alexandria under Roman rule. If Caesar's fire was a catastrophe, it was probably not the single ending that later myth demands. Yet it would also be wrong to dismiss the event as harmless. A loss of tens of thousands of scrolls, if the ancient reports preserve anything close to reality, is immense. Even if these were duplicate copies, stored texts, or materials outside the main library, they represented labor acquisition and irreplaceable content. In a manuscript culture, a warehouse fire can erase works forever. A scroll awaiting cataloguing might be the only copy in Alexandria, perhaps the only copy anywhere accessible. A group of texts brought by ship might include local histories, technical writings, or rare editions. Fire does not need to reach the main library to destroy knowledge. It only needs to reach one room holding uncopied works. The harbour setting adds a bitter symmetry. Alexandria's greatness depends on collecting through maritime movement. Scrolls come by ship alongside spices, grain, contracts, diplomatic letters, and private baggage. The same harbour that feeds the library exposes it to war. If books are stored near the docks, they're close to the point of arrival, but also close to military danger. In an emergency, a general thinks first of ships and survival, not catalogues. Fire set for tactical reasons becomes cultural disaster by accident. That possibility is more historically plausible than a deliberate attack on learning, and in some ways more chilling. Much of what humanity loses is not destroyed by enemies of knowledge. It is destroyed by people solving a different problem. The Alexandrian War is not fought over the library. Caesar is not there to erase scholarship. Cleopatra and Ptolemy are not battling over the Penates. Roman soldiers are not storming shelves because grammar offends them. The conflict is about power, succession, survival, and control of Egypt. The books, if they burn, are collateral. This is one of the central truths of cultural loss. Archives often die at the edge of events that are not about archives. A warehouse burns because a fleet must be denied to the enemy. A temple library is neglected because a cult loses funding. A manuscript is scraped clean because parchment is expensive. A scholar's notes vanish because heirs do not know their value. Civilization's memory is frequently lost as a side effect. Alexandria survives Caesar's fire, but it is changed by the world that produces it. The Ptolemaic dynasty is now bound more tightly to Rome than ever. Cleopatra will rule with Roman support first through Caesar's alliance, and later through her relationship with Mark Antony. The city remains dazzling, wealthy, and intellectually alive, but its independence is narrowing. The old Hellenistic competition among monarchs gives way to Roman dominance. The library, born from Ptolemaic royal ambition, must now exist in a landscape where the dynasty's future depends on Roman civil wars. Institutions supported by royal confidence do not thrive easily when the throne itself is a prize in someone else's game. The story of Antony giving Cleopatra the Library of Pergamon enters here in later tradition, as if to repair the loss caused by Caesar's fire. According to this tale, Mark Antony transferred a huge number of scrolls from Pergamon to Alexandria as a gift. The story is attractive because it has the shape of restoration. Caesar burns, Antony replaces. Pergamon, Alexandria's great rival in scholarly prestige, yields its collection to Cleopatra. But historians treat this report cautiously. It may be propaganda exaggeration, or a later invention reflecting Roman hostility toward Antony, and Cleopatra portraying him as a man willing to strip a Greek city's cultural treasures for the Queen of Egypt. The evidence is uncertain. Still, the story reveals how ancient writers imagined libraries as political gifts and weapons of prestige. A collection of scrolls could symbolize loyalty, theft, romance, imperial arrogance, or cultural conquest, depending on who tells the tale. Pergamon itself matters because Alexandria was never alone. The city's great library had rivals, and those rivals complicate the idea of one single center of knowledge. Pergamon in Asia Minor developed a major library under the Attalid dynasty and became famous for scholarship and book production. Later tradition even links competition between Alexandria and Pergamon to the development or increased use of parchment, supposedly because the Ptolemies restricted papyrus exports to limit Pergamon's library. This story too is debated and likely simplified, but it captures the intensity of Hellenistic cultural rivalry. Libraries were not neutral monuments, they were dynastic statements. To build one was to claim a place in the hierarchy of civilization. If Caesar's fire destroyed part of Alexandria's collection, the damage would have been felt within this competitive world of prestige. But the deeper transformation is political. After Cleopatra's final defeat and death in 30 BCE, Egypt becomes a Roman province. Alexandria remains important, but the Ptolemaic court is gone. The library loses the dynasty that created its original purpose. Roman emperors may support learning, and Alexandria remains a major intellectual center for centuries, but the symbolic structure has changed. The library is no longer the jewel of an independent Hellenistic monarchy trying to outshine rival courts. It becomes part of a Roman imperial city admired, useful, and prestigious, but no longer anchored in the same royal project. This matters because institutions can survive the loss of buildings more easily than the loss of purpose. A building can be repaired, Shelves can be replaced, scrolls can be recopied if copies exist, but the original engine that drove Alexandria's book hunger was Ptolemaic ambition, the need of a dynasty to gather the world under its name. Once that dynasty disappears, the institution may continue, but its energy changes. It may depend on Roman administrators, local elites, scholarly traditions, private patrons, or inertia. Some of these can be powerful, but they are not the same. The fire in Caesar's war may be the first visible flame in the legend, but the larger danger is a change in the political climate that made the library necessary. Still, the image of burning scrolls cannot be set aside. It has survived because it condenses many fears into one scene. The papyrus roll is dry, delicate, and full of human labour. Fire consumes it with terrible efficiency. A text that took months to copy can vanish in seconds. Ink becomes smoke. The hand of a dead author disappears again, more completely this time. In modern libraries, fire suppression, digital backups, climate control, and distributed copies offer some defense, though never perfect. In Alexandria, a scroll's survival depends on duplication and luck. If the scroll destroyed in the harbour has no twin elsewhere, the work is gone without ceremony. The fire also exposes the limits of centralization. Alexandria's collection is powerful because it gathers so much in one place. That same concentration means a single urban crisis can destroy an extraordinary quantity at once. The ancient world does have other libraries, private collections, temple, archives, school holdings, and copies scattered across cities, but the Alexandrian dream intensifies both preservation and risk. When knowledge clusters around wealth and power, it can flourish brilliantly. When violence reaches that cluster, the losses can be disproportionate. The lesson is not that central libraries are mistakes. Without them, much might never be preserved at all. The lesson is that memory needs both centers and dispersal. Alexandria's tragedy grows from its greatness. In the years after Caesar, the city remains intellectually active. This is important because it prevents the story from ending too early. Alexandria continues to produce scholars, philosophers, mathematicians, physicians, theologians, and commentators under Roman rule. The Museion is mentioned later. The city's schools remain influential. Scientific and literary work does not suddenly cease in 48 BCE. The ancient world does not wake the next morning in darkness. The burning of some books, however terrible, is not the same as the extinction of knowledge. History rarely collapses so theatrically. Its phrase recovers, shifts, and loses pieces unevenly. That unevenness is precisely what makes the library's disappearance so difficult to understand. If the main institution continued after Caesar, then when did it truly end? Did it decline gradually as royal support changed? Was it damaged in later wars? Did parts of the collection move? Did the Serapeum house a successor or secondary library? Were the most important works already copied elsewhere? Did the title Library of Alexandria itself shift meaning over time? The evidence remains incomplete and the answers resist certainty. Caesar's fire is not the end of the story. It is the beginning of the confusion, but the confusion does not weaken the drama. It deepens it. A single destruction can be mourned. A long vanishing is harder to grasp. The fire in the harbour gives the story a visible wound, but the library's fate will unfold through less visible processes: political transformation, institutional drift, religious change, urban violence, and the decay of materials. The ancient sources leave enough smoke to prove that something burned, but not enough light to show the whole room. So one must stand again at the waterfront in imagination. Ships are aflame. Heat moves through rigging and hulls. Soldiers shout across the harbour. The palace district is under siege. Somewhere nearby, scrolls may be stored in buildings never meant to become symbols of human memory. They burn because war has no patience for catalogues. Perhaps some are duplicates, perhaps some are common, perhaps some are priceless. No one stops to sort them. In that moment, the dream of gathering the world meets the oldest enemy of all archives, the sudden arrival of a crisis that does not know or care what is being preserved. The Library of Alexandria does not die there, not completely, not in the simple way legend often claims. But after Caesar's fire, the story is never again free of smoke. After the smoke of Caesar's war fades, the mystery becomes harder rather than easier. The mind wants ruins. It can point to a year, it can mark a culprit, it can name a final door closing behind the last scholar as the last scroll turns to ash. But the Library of Alexandria does not give history that kind of ending. Instead, it slips into a fog of partial references, later accusations, institutional transformations and memories that seem to know something terrible happened without agreeing on what it was. The first flames near the harbour leave a wound but not a corpse. Alexandria continues, scholars continue, books continue. The city remains one of the great intellectual centres of the Mediterranean, and yet somewhere between the brilliance of the early Ptolemies and the later legends of total destruction, the great library as the ancient world once knew it, disappears. This is the most difficult part of the story because disappearance leaves fewer traces than destruction. A burned building may leave charcoal-collapsed walls a dramatic account, a public memory. A declining institution may leave almost nothing. Funding weakens, scholars move elsewhere, catalogues are not recopied, scrolls decay faster than they are replaced, rooms are reassigned, administrators forget old responsibilities, a title survives after the thing it names has changed. Later writers use old words loosely and modern readers inherit the confusion. The library becomes not one event, but a question spread over centuries. The sources themselves are part of the problem. Ancient authors write from different distances with different agendas and levels of knowledge. Some refer to the library in connection with the Ptolemies. Some mention losses during Caesar's fire. Some speak of the Mausion under Roman rule. Some describe later Alexandrian scholarship without explaining the physical condition of the old collection. Others, writing much later, tell stories shaped by religious polemic, political blame, nostalgia, or the desire for moral simplicity. No single source gives a continuous institutional history from foundation to end. The evidence remains incomplete, and the gaps are exactly where legend grows. A key distinction begins to matter more and more. The Library of Alexandria is not the same thing as Alexandria's entire intellectual life. The great royal library may decline or suffer damage while schools, private collections, temple libraries, and scholarly traditions continue. A city can lose one institution and still remain learned. Alexandria under Roman rule remains a place of philosophers, physicians, mathematicians, grammarians, and later theologians. It becomes central to the development of Christian thought, Neoplatonic philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. To say the library declined is not to say the city became ignorant. This distinction matters because popular versions often imagine a single catastrophic collapse of ancient knowledge, but history shows more continuity, more redistribution, and more uneven loss. The Mausion itself seems to survive beyond Caesar. The geographer Strabo, writing around the turn of the era, describes the Mausion as part of the royal palaces with a covered walk and exedra, and a large house where the learned men shared meals. His description is precious because it places the scholarly institution alive under Roman authority. Strabo does not pause to describe the Grand Library in the dramatic terms later readers might wish, and that silence has fueled debate. Did he simply not mention it because his focus lay elsewhere? Was the library so integrated into the Mouseion that it required no separate description? Had Caesar's fire damaged the book collection but left the scholarly community functioning? The passage is illuminating and frustrating at the same time. It proves continuity but not completeness. Under Rome, Alexandria's political position changes sharply. The city is no longer the capital of an independent kingdom. It becomes the administrative center of a province personally important to the emperor, because Egypt's grain supply is vital to Rome. Roman rulers are careful with Egypt. Senators are restricted from entering without permission, and the province is governed with special attention. Alexandria remains wealthy and strategically crucial, but its old royal court is gone. The scholars of the Mouseion, if still supported, now exist within a different political architecture. The Ptolemaic motive of dynastic cultural competition has faded. Roman imperial priorities may value learning, but they do not need Alexandria's library in quite the same way the early Ptolemies did. That change likely affects patronage. Ancient institutions do not run on admiration alone. They require money, personnel, storage, repair, copying, and administrative continuity. If the old system of royal acquisition slows, the collection may stop growing. If stipends shrink, scholars may leave. If scrolls are not copied, they decay. If catalogues are not maintained, order weakens. None of this needs to happen all at once. An institution can remain famous long after its best days. Visitors may still speak of it with reverence. Officials may still use its name. A few rooms may still contain important texts, but the living machine may be losing energy. There are also moments of direct violence in Roman Alexandria. The city is large, proud, volatile, and politically sensitive. It sees riots, ethnic tension, imperial punishment, and military intervention. In 215 CE, the Emperor Caracalla visits Alexandria and, according to ancient accounts, orders massacres after being mocked by the city's population. Some sources suggest damage to institutions or the expulsion of scholars, though the details remain uncertain. Later historians have sometimes connected Caracalla with harm to the Mouseion, but the evidence is not clear enough to make sweeping claims. What matters is the pattern. Alexandria's intellectual life is repeatedly exposed to imperial anger and urban crisis. A library does not need one famous fire to suffer in such a climate. Repeated instability can do the work slowly. The 3rd century brings wider troubles across the Roman Empire: civil wars, economic strain, invasions, plague, and political fragmentation. Alexandria does not exist outside these pressures. The city is contested during conflicts involving emperors and usurpers. In the late 3rd century, the Emperor Aurelian's reconquest of Alexandria, after the rebellion of Queen Zenobia of Palmyra, may have damaged parts of the city, including the Bruchaion, the old royal quarter where the Mouseion and main library had likely stood. Ancient references to destruction in that area are tantalizing, because if the main library still existed there in some meaningful form, such fighting could have been devastating. But here again, certainty slips away. By the time these events occur, the condition of the old library is already unclear. Was there still a major collection in the palace quarter? Had it diminished? Had books been moved elsewhere? The sources do not let us stand inside the rooms. This is why scholars often speak of decline rather than one destruction. The library may have suffered several blows: possible book losses in Caesar's fire, change patronage after Rome absorbed Egypt, later violence in the royal quarter, administrative neglect, and the natural attrition of papyrus collections. Each blow may have removed a layer. the most famous institution of the early Ptolemaic age may have become by late antiquity a memory attached to other collections and scholarly traditions. No single explanation fully accounts for the disappearance, because the disappearance may not have been single. The difficulty is made worse by the word library itself. Alexandria may have had more than one important book collection. The royal library associated with the Mausion is one thing. A secondary or daughter collection associated with the Serapeum is another possibility. Temple libraries, private libraries, school collections, and archives may have existed across the city. Later writers may use language that confuses these holdings, or modern readers may collapse them into one legendary great library. When a later source refers to books in the Serapeum, is that the old library, a successor, a branch, a separate collection that inherited the aura of the original scholars still debate these relationships. The legend becomes simpler precisely because the reality was complex. The physical nature of ancient books deepens the uncertainty. Papyrus leaves little archaeological trace in Alexandria's damp coastal environment compared with Egypt's dry desert sites. The most spectacular papyrus discoveries come from places like Oxyrhynchus, where rubbish heaps in dry conditions preserve fragments by the thousands. Alexandria, by contrast, has been continuously inhabited, rebuilt, flooded in parts, and disturbed. If the library burned, decayed, or was cleared, the material evidence could easily vanish. Even if charred remains once existed, later construction or sea encroachment may have erased them. The absence of archaeological proof is not proof of peaceful survival, but it prevents easy confirmation of disaster. The lost catalogues are another silence. If the Pinakes or later library records had survived, they might tell us what the collection held, how it was organized, and perhaps when it changed. Their disappearance is a loss about loss. Without them, later historians must infer from scattered quotations, references to individual scholars, anecdotes, and institutional mentions. It is as if someone burned not only a city's archives, but also the map showing where the archives had been. The result is a strange double blindness. We do not know exactly what was lost, and we do not know exactly how the place that held it was lost. Later retellings rush to fill that blindness. Caesar becomes one culprit, Christian mobs become another, Muslim conquerors become another. Each accusation reflects the anxieties and hostilities of the people telling the story. Romans can be blamed for militarized arrogance. Christians can be blamed for religious intolerance. Muslims can be blamed in medieval polemic for destroying pagan wisdom. Modern writers sometimes choose the villain that best fits their own worldview. But history resists being used so neatly. Different events may have damaged different collections at different times. Some accusations are better supported than others. Some are late and doubtful. Some contain kernels of truth wrapped in ideological storytelling. The library's vanishing becomes a mirror in which later cultures see their preferred tragedy. That does not mean all explanations are equal. Caesar's fire is early and supported by several ancient references to books burned, though the destruction of the main library remains uncertain. Damage to the old royal quarter in later Roman conflicts is plausible, but hard to connect directly to a still functioning great library. The destruction of the Serapeum in the late 4th century is real and significant, but whether it contained the main library's surviving books at that time is debated. The story that the Arab conquerors burned the library in the 7th century is very late and widely doubted by modern historians. The task is not to choose the most dramatic story, but to weigh the evidence without forcing it to satisfy the desire for a single ending. There is a deeper reason the single ending myth persists. It gives emotional shape to cultural loss. A gradual decline feels unsatisfying because it lacks ceremony. No one wants to imagine the greatest library of antiquity fading through budget problems, administrative neglect, political transition, and unrecorded decay. It feels too ordinary, almost insulting. Surely such a place deserves a thunderclap. Surely the death of the world's memory should have sounded like a city burning. But the past often disappears in ordinary ways. A shelf is not recopied. A room leaks. A scholar dies. A patron chooses soldiers over scribes. A new generation studies different texts. An old catalogue becomes useless. A roll is too damaged to save. The end of a civilization's memory can be quiet, yet the quiet does not make it less tragic. In some ways it makes it worse because it means there may have been many chances to save pieces and many moments when no one realized a final copy was becoming final. Catastrophe at least announces itself. Decline disguises itself as normal change. The last reader of a lost work probably did not know he was the last reader. The last librarian to see a particular catalogue may not have thought it unique. The last copy of a local history may have looked like just another aging roll among thousands. The vanishing becomes confused because it was probably experienced not as one enormous loss, but as countless smaller losses, most of them unnoticed. Alexandria's later intellectual life adds another layer of irony. Even as the old library fades, the city remains a furnace of thought. It becomes a center for mathematics, philosophy, medicine, biblical scholarship, theology, and commentary. Figures such as Philo Clement Origen Plotinus's teacher, Ammonius Saccas, the mathematician Diophantus, and later Hypatia, belong to the broad Alexandrian intellectual world, though not all are connected to the ancient royal library. Their presence proves that knowledge survived and transformed. The city did not become silent. Instead, the kind of knowledge it was famous for changed with the empire around it. Pagan Jewish and Christian traditions argued and intermingled. Greek philosophy entered theological debate. Scientific and mathematical work continued in new contexts. The loss of the library, therefore, is not the death of Alexandria's mind. It is the disappearance of one older form of that mind. This distinction matters because the myth of the library sometimes becomes a myth of a single lost golden age, as if ancient knowledge reached its summit in Alexandria and then fell into darkness until modernity. That is misleading. Ancient knowledge was always uneven, contested, and distributed. After Alexandria's decline, learning continued in Pergamon, Athens, Rome, Constantinople, Antioch, Edessa, Nisibis, Gundashapa monasteries, Islamic courts, and many other centers. Texts moved, were translated, forgotten, recovered, altered, and recopied. The library's loss was not the switch turning off civilization. It was a great wound in a much larger body. Still, wounds change bodies. If the great Alexandrian catalogues had survived, our map of ancient literature might be far richer. If more scientific treatises had been copied, we might understand ancient medicine, mechanics, astronomy, and mathematics with less distortion. If local histories gathered in Alexandria had endured, whole regions might speak more clearly. If variant texts had been preserved, we might see Greek literature not as a narrow surviving canon, but as a broader, more unstable field. The loss is not total darkness, but it narrows the beam of light. What survives from antiquity is not necessarily what was best, most popular, or most true. It is what passed through the hazards of copying, teaching, institutional preference, and chance. The vanishing becomes confused because the library itself had become more than itself. It was a building, perhaps several buildings, a collection, a scholarly community, a royal project, a catalogue system, a symbol of Ptolemaic power, and later, a metaphor for universal knowledge. Different parts could end at different times. The collection could be damaged while scholarship continued. The institution could decline while the name survived. A secondary library could be destroyed and remembered as the first. Later polemic could attach itself to older grief. By the time medieval and modern readers inherit the story, the Lost Library is no longer only an ancient institution. It is a vessel into which centuries have poured their fears about barbarism, intolerance, war, and forgetfulness. So after Caesar's flames, the story does not move toward clarity. It moves into layered uncertainty. Alexandria remains alive, but the old library becomes harder to see. The royal quarter changes. Rome rules. Patronage shifts. Later conflicts scar the city. The Serapeum rises in importance as another focus of memory. Christian and pagan worlds collide. New accusations form around old absences. The library's end becomes not a clean line, but a blurred shoreline like the submerged stones of the ancient harbour itself, visible in fragments when the water clears and then lost again beneath the moving surface. What survives in the record suggests a long unravelling. Some books burn, some are moved, some decay, some are recopied elsewhere, some remain in Alexandria under new guardians, some are forgotten before anyone writes down that they are gone. The world does not notice one final moment because perhaps there is no final moment to notice. The great library fades from institution into memory, and memory needing shape begins to invent fire again and again. If Alexandria's library becomes a symbol of vanished knowledge, it is partly because people imagine knowledge trapped in one place waiting for disaster. But the ancient world is more scattered than that and more resilient. Books move, scholars travel, students carry notes, teachers summarize older works, private collectors buy what kings cannot monopolize, temples keep their own records, rival courts build rival libraries. A text lost in one city may survive in another, while a text preserved in a palace may vanish from everywhere else. The history of ancient knowledge is not a single flame consuming a single room. It is a shifting web of copies, quotations, excerpts, translations, school traditions, and accidents. Alexandria is the brightest knot in that web, but it is never the whole web. The most important rival is Pergamon, a hill city in Asia Minor ruled by the Attalid dynasty, whose kings understand cultural prestige almost as well as the Ptolemies do. Pergamon rises not merely as a political capital, but as a showpiece of Hellenistic monarchy. Steep terraces, temples, theatres, palaces, sculpture, and a library that becomes famous enough to stand in comparison with Alexandria. The Attalids, like the Ptolemies, know that a king can display power through stone victory, generosity, and learning. A library in Pergamon is not an imitation without meaning. It is a claim that Alexandria does not have the right to define civilization alone. The rivalry between the two cities becomes wrapped in stories that may be partly legendary, but reveal a real competition. One famous tradition says the Ptolemies, jealous of Pergamon's growing library, restricted the export of papyrus, forcing Pergamon to rely more heavily on prepared animal skins or parchment. The word parchment itself is often linked to Pergamon in later etymology. Scholars still debate the accuracy of the story. Writing on animal skins existed long before this supposed embargo, and the development of parchment cannot be reduced to one jealous royal policy. Yet the anecdote survives because it expresses something believable about Hellenistic courts. Libraries compete, materials matter. Control over papyrus, Egypt's great writing export, can be imagined as a weapon. Even if the details are simplified, the story captures the political economy of knowledge. Books require surfaces, and surfaces come from land, labour, trade, and power. Pergamon's library also matters because it shows that Alexandrian methods and ambitions are part of a broader age. The Attalid court supports scholarship, collects texts, and cultivates intellectual prestige. Pergamene scholars become associated with different approaches to language and interpretation, sometimes contrasted with Alexandrian tendencies. Ancient intellectual rivalry is not only about who has more scrolls, it is about how texts should be read. One center may emphasize grammatical precision and textual correction, another allegorical interpretation or philosophical reading, though the contrast can be exaggerated by later summaries. What matters is that knowledge survives through plurality. If all scholarship had truly depended on Alexandria alone, the loss would have been even more absolute. Rival centers create redundancy, and redundancy is one of memory's strongest defenses. This does not lessen Alexandria's importance. It changes the kind of importance it has. The Library of Alexandria is not the single vessel of ancient knowledge, but the most famous expression of a competitive culture of collection. Its existence pushes others to gather, classify, and sponsor. Pergamon royal courts elsewhere, philosophical schools, temple archives, private libraries, and later Roman collections form a landscape in which texts circulate unevenly. A book might be copied from Alexandria to Pergamon, from Pergamon to a private collector, from a private collection to a teacher's school, from a school to a student's notes, from those notes to a later commentary. The path is rarely visible. What survives in the record suggests movement rather than stillness. Private libraries are especially easy to underestimate. They lack the grandeur of royal institutions, but they are crucial for transmission. Wealthy individuals, philosophers, teachers, physicians, lawyers, and officials may own collections suited to their interests. Some are modest, a few are substantial. A doctor may keep medical treatises. A rhetorician may own speeches and handbooks. A philosopher may preserve school texts and commentaries. A poet may gather earlier poetry. These collections can be fragile, subject to inheritance, sale, neglect, or dispersal, but they also mean that a work does not necessarily vanish when a public or royal library suffers. Knowledge hides in houses as well as palaces. The Roman world eventually adds new centers of collection. Rome itself becomes a city of libraries, especially from the late Republic into the imperial period. Victorious generals bring Greek books as spoils. Aristocrats collect texts as marks of refinement. Public libraries are founded. Imperial collections grow. The Roman appetite for Greek culture helps preserve some works and reshape others. After Rome absorbs Egypt, Alexandrian texts, scholars and methods do not remain sealed inside Egypt. They flow into a wider imperial system. That flow can save material, but it can also detach texts from the context that produced them. A scroll copied in Rome from an Alexandrian edition may preserve the words while leaving behind local scholarly debates, catalogues, and institutional memory. Temple libraries form another layer, especially in Egypt. Long before the Ptolemies, Egyptian temples preserve ritual texts, hymns, medical knowledge, astronomical observations, administrative records, and sacred writings. These collections do not function like the Greek royal library, and much of their knowledge is restricted by priestly training and ritual context. They may use different scripts and materials. Their purposes are often religious, ceremonial, administrative, or technical rather than literary in the Greek sense. Yet they are libraries in a deep cultural meaning, places where written memory is guarded because it sustains a world. Alexandria's great library stands near this older Egyptian tradition, but does not simply absorb it. Some Egyptian knowledge enters Greek scholarship. Much remains within temples until the transformations of late antiquity gradually weaken the institutions that carry it. This is one reason the idea of hidden copies must be handled carefully. It is tempting to imagine that when Alexandria burned or declined secret rooms somewhere preserved, the lost works waiting beneath temples, monasteries, desert sands, or private vaults. Popular imagination loves the possibility of an intact second Alexandria hidden from history. Mainstream evidence does not support such a dramatic survival. No secret, complete copy of the Great Library is known. Yet the more modest version is true, and important pieces of Alexandrian knowledge did survive in dispersed, altered, and partial forms. They survived in quotations by later authors, summaries in commentaries, copies made in other cities, translations into other languages, school traditions and fragments recovered from desert rubbish heaps. The lost library did not vanish into nothing. It shattered, and some shards travelled. Fragments are often more haunting than complete absence. A later writer quotes 3 lines of a lost tragedy to make a grammatical point. A medical author summarizes a theory from an earlier physician whose original books are gone. A commentator preserves a variant reading from an Alexandrian editor. A papyrus scrap gives half a column of a poem once known in full. A Byzantine encyclopedia records a title and a few facts about an author. An Arabic translation preserves a scientific work that disappeared in Greek. These survivals are small, but they prove that the past did not end cleanly. It leaked forward through narrow channels. The channels are not neutral. Works survive because someone later finds them useful, beautiful, authoritative, sacred, teachable, or worth copying. School texts have an advantage. Homer survives because he remains central to education. Certain tragedies survive because they are selected, copied, and taught. Philosophical works survive through schools and later commentators. Medical and scientific texts survive when they remain useful, or are incorporated into traditions of learning. Sacred texts survive through worshipping communities. Technical works without a continuous audience are more vulnerable. Local histories, minor poets, alternative philosophical writings, women's voices, practical manuals, and works in languages that lose institutional support are easily lost. The hidden copies that matter are often hidden in curriculum habit and usefulness. Alexandrian scholarship itself survives partly by becoming embedded in later texts. A reader may not have the original edition produced by Aristarchus, but later Scholia commentaries and manuscript traditions preserve traces of his judgments. A modern scholar examining medieval manuscripts of Homer may encounter signs of ancient debates filtered through centuries of copying. The original library is gone, but its methods have entered the bloodstream of textual transmission. This is a subtler survival than a rescued shelf of scrolls. It is not the body. It is the influence of the body on descendants. The same is true of cataloguing and classification. The pinnacs are lost, but the impulse they represent continues. Later bibliographic works, scholarly biographies, lists of authors, canon formation, and library practices all belong to a world shaped in part by Alexandrian precedent. To organize literature by author and genre, to distinguish authentic from spurious works, to preserve biographical notices, to treat a body of writing as a field that can be mapped. These habits do not die with one institution. They spread because they are useful. The library vanishes, but the idea of the library becomes harder to destroy. Pergamon's role in this wider survival is especially important because it shows how competition can preserve. Royal jealousy may be petty, but rivalry produces copies. If one king wants what another king has, texts move. If one court claims cultural superiority, another may respond by building its own collection. The very vanity of monarchs can become a mechanism of preservation. This is one of the dry ironies of history. Human pride, often destructive, sometimes saves knowledge. The Attalids do not build a library merely out of pure love for humanity. They build it to glorify Pergamon, yet by doing so they add another shelter for texts that might otherwise have depended too heavily on Alexandria. There are other shelters too. Philosophical schools in Athens and elsewhere preserve traditions through teaching. School is not only a building but a chain of persons. The works of Plato, Aristotle, and other philosophers survive partly because communities continue to study, comment, and argue over them. Aristotle's own library has its own complicated ancient legends, involving private transmission, concealment, damage, and later recovery, though the details are debated. Whether or not every dramatic element is reliable, the story again reminds us that texts can pass through strange routes from teacher to student, from family possession to collector, from damaged copies to edited editions. Survival is often messy. In Egypt, the desert itself becomes an accidental librarian. Not Alexandria's wet coast, but inland towns and rubbish heaps preserve papyri discarded as worthless. Centuries later, modern excavations at places such as Oxyrhynchus recover fragments of literature documents, school exercises, letters, contracts, and unknown works. These finds do not give back the Library of Alexandria, but they show how much written life once existed beyond famous institutions. They also reveal the randomness of survival. A masterpiece can vanish while a tax receipt survives. A lost poem appears on a scrap used in a mundane context. A schoolboy's exercise outlives a royal catalogue. The past does not preserve itself according to our sense of importance. This randomness complicates the grief over Alexandria. It is not true that everything valuable was stored there, and it is not true that everything stored there vanished only there. Some works that passed through Alexandria survived because they were copied elsewhere. Some works never in Alexandria survived by other routes. Some works in rival libraries died anyway. A distributed world is safer than a centralized one, but not safe. Papyrus, parchment, war, fashion, language, change, religious transformation, and simple neglect continue their work everywhere. The ancient world is full of libraries that vanished without becoming legends. Alexandria is exceptional because its ambition was exceptional, and because later memory fastened onto it as the emblem of all the others. The idea of hidden copies also raises the question of what counts as survival. If a complete work disappears but a later author quotes one sentence as it survived, if a scientific theory is summarized by an opponent who misunderstands it, is that survival or distortion? If a Greek work is translated into Syriac, then Arabic, then Latin, changing terminology each time, is it the same work? If an Alexandrian edition shapes a medieval manuscript but the editor's own notes vanish, do we still possess Alexandrian knowledge? The answer in each case is uneasy. Survival is often partial, mediated, and transformed. A text can live on as a ghost inside another text. This ghostly survival is central to the library's legacy. We know many lost works because someone mentions them. We know ancient scholars made arguments because later writers respond to them. We know catalogues existed because their traces appear in literary history. We know Alexandrian editors marked doubtful lines because later traditions preserve their marks or judgments. The lost world is outlined by its shadows. In some cases, those shadows are enough to reconstruct a little. In others, they only deepen the ache. A title may be all that remains of a work that once filled many roles and many hours of human labor. A surprising consequence of dispersal is that destruction can sometimes increase the value of what survives elsewhere. If a fire destroys one collection, copies in other places become more important. If a central institution declines, peripheral traditions may carry forward what the center can no longer maintain. The margins become memory's refuge. This is not romantic consolation. Many things are still lost. but it prevents the story from becoming too simple. The disappearance of the Great Library does not mean the disappearance of all it touched. Knowledge behaves less like a treasure locked in a chest than like seeds carried by wind, water, clothing animals, and accident. Many seeds die, a few root in unexpected soil. The Alexandrian scholarly tradition roots in Rome, in later Greek education, in Byzantine scholarship, in Syriac and Arabic intellectual worlds, and eventually in Renaissance humanism. The paths are indirect and unequal, but they exist. Euclidean geometry associated with Alexandria's mathematical environment survives and becomes foundational across civilizations. Ptolemaic astronomy, produced in Roman-era Alexandria, centuries after the early library's founding, travels through Greek, Arabic, and Latin traditions. Medical knowledge linked to Alexandrian anatomy influences later medicine through authors such as Galen, even when original works are gone. Textual criticism, grammar, lexicography, and commentary continue to shape how literature is transmitted. The shelves may be lost, but some habits of mind escape, and yet the survival of habits does not erase the loss of contents. To say knowledge dispersed is not to say the disaster was minor. A library can be both less singular than legend claims and more important than skepticism admits. Alexandria did not contain all wisdom. It did contain or help produce a concentration of texts and methods whose disappearance narrowed the record of antiquity. Hidden copies saved some works. Many others had no hidden copies or none that lasted. The web of transmission caught enough to keep ancient learning alive, but not enough to keep it whole. The rivalry with Pergamon, the private collections, the temple archives, the Roman libraries, the school traditions, the desert scraps, all of these reveal a world in which memory is always moving. That movement is the reason anything survives. It is also the reason everything changes. A scroll copied far from its source is saved by leaving home. A text translated into another language reaches new minds by becoming different. A quotation preserves a fragment by tearing it from its original body. A catalogue entry keeps an author's name alive while admitting that the works are gone. The ancient world survives not as a complete library, but as a field of remains. Alexandria stands at the center of that field like a vanished sun whose light still touches distant objects. Its direct form is gone, but its gravitational pull can be felt in the orbit of later scholarship. Pergamon's rivalry, Roman collecting, Byzantine commentary, Arabic translation, and modern papyrus discoveries all make more sense when seen against the larger ancient struggle to gather and stabilize knowledge. The library's loss is therefore not the end of the story of its books. Some burn, some decay, some are stolen, some are copied, some migrate, some become footnotes, some return after centuries as fragments lifted from sand. The dream of a single library of the whole world could never fully succeed. The world is too large, too multilingual, too oral, too practical, too unstable, too full of lives that never become texts. But the partial failure of that dream does not make it meaningless. It created paths along which knowledge travelled. It forced rival kings to compete in preservation. It taught scholars to classify and correct. It turned books into objects of statecraft and desire. It made later ages imagine with grief and wonder what it would mean to gather humanity's memory before time could scatter it. By the time Alexandria's old royal library becomes difficult to see, its contents are no longer only in Alexandria. Some have travelled to rival shelves, some have entered schoolrooms, some are embedded in commentaries, some have been translated, some lie discarded in dry rubbish heaps far from the palace quarter, some are already gone. The legend of total destruction hides this more complicated truth. The library was never only lost in one place because it had never lived in only one place. Its dream was centralization, but its survival depended on dispersal. What remains of Alexandria is not a rescued treasure room beneath the city, but a scattered constellation of copies, echoes, fragments, and habits of thought, spread across centuries like faint lights from a fire that did not consume everything, even though it consumed far too much. As Alexandria moves deeper into Roman rule, the library's story becomes entangled with a slower transformation of the city itself. The first age of Ptolemaic confidence is gone. The court that once gathered scholars like jewels around a throne has vanished into imperial administration. The royal palaces still carry memory, the harbour still draws ships, and the city still speaks with many voices, but the old system that made the library a dynastic instrument has changed beyond recovery. Alexandria remains magnificent, but magnificence is not the same as stability. Under the surface of its streets, a different world is forming, one in which Greek scholarship, Egyptian priesthoods, Jewish communities, Roman power and rising Christianity meet with increasing tension. The library does not disappear from this world in a single clean act. It becomes part of a broader story of institutions losing the conditions that once allowed them to flourish. Roman Alexandria is a city of brilliance and friction. It is one of the largest cities of the empire, rich from trade and grain, famous for learning, notorious for unrest. Its population is mixed and stratified, with Greek-speaking elites, Egyptian inhabitants, a major Jewish community, Roman officials, merchants from across the Mediterranean, and people whose identities cross simple categories. The city's culture is sharp, argumentative, and proud. Ancient writers often portray Alexandrians as quick-witted, mocking, volatile, and difficult to govern. Such portraits are coloured by elite prejudice and political resentment, but they point to a real civic intensity. Alexandria is not a quiet scholarly retreat. It is a crowded imperial metropolis where ideas do not float above politics. They collide with it. The Roman emperors value Egypt, but they value it above all as a strategic province and a grain source. Alexandria's intellectual prestige continues, yet the priorities of imperial rule are not identical to those of the early Ptolemies. The old library was born from royal competition, from a court's desire to make itself the centre of Greek civilization. Roman power has a wider stage. Rome can collect Greek art and books, sponsor libraries in the capital, support scholars elsewhere, and absorb the prestige of many cities without needing Alexandria to play the same unique role. Alexandria remains important, but it is no longer the uncontested royal project of a dynasty whose identity depends on its brilliance. That difference matters quietly over time. Institutions are living arrangements, not monuments. The Mouseion and its library require salaries, food, housing, copying, maintenance, acquisition, cataloguing, and political protection. Even if parts of the collection survive after Caesar's fire, and through the early Roman period they must be cared for continuously. Papyrus does not wait politely for a better century. A roll that is not recopied becomes brittle or damaged. A catalogue that is not updated becomes less useful. A scholarly community that loses patronage may shrink, scatter, or change purpose. What survives in the record suggests that Alexandrian learning continues, but it does not prove that the early Ptolemaic library continues unchanged. The difference between a living institution and a prestigious memory can be thin, and ancient sources do not always tell us when that line is crossed. Meanwhile, the intellectual centre of gravity begins to diversify. Alexandria's scholars are no longer only grammarians, poets, mathematicians, and physicians under royal patronage. The city becomes one of the great theatres of religious and philosophical debate in the Roman world. Jewish intellectual life in Alexandria had already produced figures of immense importance, especially Philo in the 1st century CE, who brings Greek philosophical language into conversation with Jewish scripture and tradition. His work shows a city where interpretation itself becomes a bridge between worlds. Scripture can be read philosophically. Greek concepts can illuminate sacred texts. Ancient stories can be treated as vehicles for moral and metaphysical meaning. This is not the old Ptolemaic library project exactly, but it belongs to Alexandria's deeper habit, placing traditions beside one another until they begin to transform. Christianity enters this environment and grows into one of Alexandria's defining forces. By the 2nd and 3rd centuries, the city is a major center of Christian teaching theology, biblical interpretation and controversy. Clement of Alexandria and Origen become associated with a Christian intellectual tradition that is deeply engaged with Greek philosophy and textual scholarship. Origen in particular represents the Alexandrian habit of disciplined comparison in a new religious key. His Hexapla, a massive comparative edition of Hebrew scripture and Greek translations, is one of the most ambitious textual projects of antiquity, though it survives only in fragments. It is not the work of the old library, but it feels like a descendant of Alexandrian method columns of text variant readings, philological care, sacred seriousness, and the belief that truth requires comparison. This continuity is important because it complicates the idea that Christianity simply arrives as an enemy of learning. The reality is more difficult. Some Christian leaders condemn aspects of pagan literature, ritual, and philosophy. Others read Greek philosophy, intensely adapt classical methods, and build sophisticated traditions of scholarship. Christian Alexandria can be hostile to old cults, while also preserving and transforming intellectual habits inherited from the Greek world. No single explanation fully accounts for this transition. It is not a simple war of ignorance against knowledge. It is a struggle over authority, which texts are sacred, which traditions are dangerous, which forms of learning serve truth, and who has the right to define wisdom. At the same time, older pagan institutions face increasing pressure. Temples are not only places of worship, they are landholders, employers, archives, schools, and guardians of ritual knowledge. When their funding declines or their public legitimacy weakens, the knowledge systems attached to them also suffer. Egyptian priestly learning in particular depends on temple life. Ritual texts, astronomical traditions, sacred calendars, mythological systems, and specialized scripts survive through institutional continuity. As Christianity expands and imperial policy increasingly favors it, the old temples become vulnerable. Their decline represents not only religious change, but archival change. A temple closed or repurposed can mean a library neglected a priestly lineage, interrupted a script no longer taught. This is one of the quieter forms of loss in late antiquity. Modern readers often look for dramatic destruction, but knowledge can vanish when the social role that sustains it disappears. If fewer people learn hieroglyphic or demotic scripts, texts in those scripts become silent even before the physical objects perish. If rituals cease, ritual manuals lose their living context. If temple schools weaken, technical traditions may no longer be transmitted. Alexandria's old royal library is only one part of the larger transformation of written culture in Egypt. Across the land, the conditions for preserving certain ancient Egyptian knowledge are changing. The evidence remains incomplete, but the pattern is unmistakable. When institutions die, their books become vulnerable, and when readers disappear, even surviving books become mute. Roman political violence adds further strain. Alexandria's pride and volatility repeatedly bring it into conflict with imperial authority. Riots between communities, tensions with governors, and confrontations with emperors produce episodes of repression. The massacre attributed to Caracalla in the early 3rd century is one of the most infamous, though ancient accounts differ in emphasis and detail. Whether or not it directly damaged the Mausion or its scholarly life in a decisive way, it belongs to a broader atmosphere in which the city's learned institutions cannot be assumed safe from politics. Scholars may be privileged, but privilege offers limited protection when soldiers move through streets. The 3rd century is especially hard on many Roman institutions. The empire experiences rapid changes of emperors, military crises, inflation, plague, and regional breakaways. Alexandria, because of its strategic and economic importance, is drawn into these conflicts. The old royal quarter, the Brucheion, may suffer serious damage during fighting connected with imperial reconquest in the late 3rd century. If any substantial remnant of the early royal library still exists, there such destruction could have been devastating, but the uncertainty remains. By this time the main collection may already have declined, moved fragmented, or lost its original identity. The problem is not a lack of possible disasters, it is that there are too many, and the sources do not let us assign the library's fate to one of them with confidence. The rise of Christianity does not occur in a vacuum left by the old library's disappearance. It occurs in a city still dense with philosophical schools, pagan cults, Jewish interpretation, medical learning, mathematical traditions, and public argument. Alexandria becomes famous for theological disputes because its people care intensely about ideas. Doctrinal conflicts that may seem abstract from a distance can become matters of civic identity and imperial politics. The nature of Christ, the authority of bishops, the interpretation of Scripture, the legitimacy of pagan sacrifice, the role of philosophy, the meaning of heresy. These are not private questions in late antique Alexandria. They shape alliances, riots, careers, and imperial intervention. In this atmosphere, books remain powerful, but the hierarchy of books changes. Sacred scripture becomes central for Christian communities, and interpretation of scripture becomes a major intellectual discipline. Classical literature does not vanish, but it is judged through new filters. Some pagan works are studied for grammar, rhetoric, and philosophy. Others are condemned as morally or religiously dangerous. Christian scholars may use Homer, Plato, and Aristotle while attacking pagan worship. The Old Greek canon survives partly because it is useful for education, language, and argument, but its status is no longer the same as in the Ptolemaic court. The library's original mission to gather all written knowledge as royal prestige does not fit easily into a world increasingly organized around religious truth and imperial orthodoxy. This does not mean late antique Christians are uninterested in libraries. Quite the opposite. Christian communities build libraries, copy texts, preserve scripture, compile commentaries, produce theological works, and engage in fierce textual debates. Monastic and ecclesiastical book culture will become central to preservation in later centuries. But the kinds of texts prioritize change. A library is always a mirror of value. When values shift, collections shift. Works that serve Christian teaching are copied. Works useful for grammar and rhetoric may continue. Works tied to active pagan cult may become suspect. Technical and philosophical works survive unevenly depending on usefulness, school tradition, and later copying. The disappearance of the old Alexandrian library must be understood within this broader reordering of attention. One lesser known but revealing figure in this long transformation is Theon of Alexandria, a mathematician and scholar in the 4th century, known for editing and commenting on mathematical and astronomical works. His daughter Hypatia becomes even more famous, a philosopher and mathematician, whose later murder in 415 CE by a Christian mob becomes one of the most haunting episodes in Alexandria's intellectual history. Hypatia does not belong directly to the early Library of Alexandria, despite many popular retellings that place her among its shelves. By her time, the old royal library is almost certainly gone or transformed beyond recognition. But her life and death reveal that Alexandria still contains serious pagan or non-Christian philosophical learning, and that intellectual authority remains entangled with civic and religious conflict. Hypatia's murder is often used as a symbol of the end of classical learning, but that too is too simple. Her death is a political and religious act of violence in a city divided by power struggles involving the bishop Cyril, the prefect Orestes, and competing civic factions. It reflects hostility, fear, and the vulnerability of a prominent woman associated with philosophy and elite influence. It does not mark the instant death of ancient science, nor does it directly explain the loss of the great library. Yet it carries symbolic force because it shows the danger faced by older forms of intellectual life in a changing city. The philosopher can still teach, but the street can still kill. The Serapeum stands at the center of an even more direct confrontation between old religion and new power. The great temple of Serapis is not merely a shrine. It is one of Alexandria's major sacred and cultural landmarks, associated in later tradition with a daughter library or significant book collection. Its destruction in the late 4th century during the reign of Theodosius III, and under the local leadership of Bishop Theophilus, becomes one of the most important episodes in the legend of the library. But before reaching that event, it is necessary to see why the Serapeum matters. Serapis himself is a Ptolemaic god, a carefully shaped fusion with Greek and Egyptian associations designed in part to bind communities within the new dynasty's religious imagination. His temple is therefore deeply Alexandrian, hybrid, political, monumental, and tied to the city's identity. By late antiquity, such a place becomes a target because it represents more than worship. It represents the old civic sacred order. To attack it is to attack a public claim that pagan religion still has authority. If books are present there, their fate becomes part of a larger struggle over memory. But the evidence about the collection at the Serapeum is debated. Ancient sources confirm the temple's destruction, but they do not clearly describe a vast library burning there at that moment. Some earlier references suggest books associated with the Serapeum, and later writers connect the site with the library tradition. The result is another layer of uncertainty. The Serapeum may have held a significant collection. It may have held remnants, duplicates, or a daughter library, or its association with the Great Library may have grown stronger in memory after the royal library itself had already faded. Religion, politics, and decline thus converge without producing a single simple answer. The old library's disappearance cannot be blamed on Christianity alone, just as it cannot be blamed on Caesar alone. But religious transformation does affect what is preserved, what is neglected, and what is destroyed. Imperial policy against pagan sacrifice and temples weakens institutions that once held texts and trained readers. Christian intellectual culture preserves many classical tools while rejecting other parts of pagan tradition. Civic violence damages people and places. The old scholarly networks of the Mausion, if they still exist in any recognizable form, are no longer supported by the world that created them. The deeper shift is from royal universalism to competing orthodoxies. The Ptolemies had wanted all books because possession itself magnified the king. Late antique religious communities want truth, and truth requires discernment between acceptable and dangerous writings. This does not eliminate curiosity, but it changes its boundaries. Some texts are studied to refute them. Some are copied because they are useful. Some are ignored because they no longer serve living institutions. Some are condemned. Some survive accidentally because a Christian scribe needs their grammar, a philosopher needs their argument, or a later translator finds them valuable. The library's dream of total collection gives way to a world of selective preservation. And still Alexandria remains Alexandria. It does not become intellectually barren. Its schools, churches, debates, and scholars continue to shape late antiquity. The city produces theology, fierce enough to divide empires, philosophy subtle enough to influence centuries' mathematical commentary, important enough to transmit earlier works and religious scholarship, vast enough to reshape Scripture's interpretation. The tragedy is therefore not that learning simply dies. The tragedy is that one form of learning, the old Ptolemaic system of universal collection, tied to royal patronage and classical scholarship, loses its foundation and dissolves into other forms. This is harder to mourn because it is not visible as a single burning room. It is a change in what society funds, honours, fears, and copies. It is the movement of attention. It is the disappearance of old readers and the rise of new ones. It is the closing of some doors and the opening of others. It is a city where a scroll of Homer might still be studied, a gospel commentary might be copied, a pagan statue might be smashed, an Egyptian ritual text might fall silent, and a mathematical theorem might survive because a late antique teacher still finds it necessary. By the time the Serapeum's final crisis approaches, the Library of Alexandria has already become a layered memory. Caesar's fire has given it smoke. Roman rule has changed its patronage. Urban violence has threatened its neighborhoods. Religious transformation has shifted the meaning of books. The old royal collection, if any part of it remains, exists in a city no longer organized around its original dream. Alexandria has not lost its mind, but it has changed its soul. The next shadow falls not over the harbour, but over a temple hill, where the god Serapis watches a city becoming Christian, and where the legend of the lost library finds another place to burn. The Serapeum rises in the story like a second memory of the library, a place where history, religion, and legend become so tightly knotted that later generations often mistake one thread for the whole rope. It stands not in the vanished brightness of the early Ptolemaic court, but in the harder light of late antiquity, when Alexandria is no longer a royal capital, trying to gather every scroll under Macedonian kings. It is now a Christianizing city, inside a Christianizing empire, still brilliant, still dangerous, still full of books and arguments, but divided by questions that the old Ptolemies could not have imagined in the same way. The Serapeum is more than a temple. It is a monument to the hybrid soul of Alexandria, and when it falls, the fall is remembered as if a whole world has gone down with it. Serapis himself is a revealing god. His cult is closely associated with the Ptolemaic attempt to bind Greek and Egyptian religious imagination into a form useful for the new dynasty. He carries Egyptian associations, especially with Osiris and Apis, yet his image is shaped in a way Greeks can recognize a bearded, enthroned deity with the dignity of a Hellenistic god. In that sense, Serapis is almost the religious equivalent of Alexandria itself. He is invented, or at least promoted, at a crossroads. He belongs to political design as much as devotion. His great temple, the Serapeum, becomes one of Alexandria's most impressive sacred spaces, admired in antiquity for its scale and beauty. It is not merely a building where sacrifices occur. It is a statement that the city's blended order has divine approval. By the 4th century CE, that order is under pressure. Christianity has moved from persecuted minority to imperial favorite, and then increasingly to imperial orthodoxy. The old temples are not simply competing religious sites. They are symbols of a rival public world. They hold statues, rituals, priesthoods, memories, and sometimes books. To Christian leaders determined to purify the city of pagan worship, the Serapeum is not a harmless antique. It is a fortress of error, a public monument to powers they believe must be defeated. To pagans and traditionalists, it is not just a shrine. It is a remaining anchor of civic identity and ancestral continuity. In such a climate, stone becomes argument. The crisis comes in 391 or 392 CE, under the Emperor Theodosius III, whose policies against public pagan sacrifice and temple worship mark a decisive stage in the Christianization of the empire. In Alexandria, Bishop Theophilus becomes the leading Christian figure in the confrontation. Ancient accounts differ in tone and detail, but the broad outline is clear. Violence erupts between Christians and pagans. The Serapeum becomes a center of resistance. Imperial authority permits or orders action against the temple, and the great sanctuary is destroyed or stripped of its cultic power. The statue of Serapis is attacked. The temple's sacred authority is broken. For those who loved the old gods, this is catastrophe. For Christian triumphal writers, it is victory. For the later legend of the library, it becomes one of the most tempting places to locate the final destruction of ancient wisdom. The problem is that the evidence for books at the Serapeum is suggestive but not conclusive in the way popular stories desire. Earlier traditions speak of a daughter library or subsidiary collection, associated with the Serapeum, perhaps linked to the overflow or public-facing portion of Alexandria's book culture. This may have been real. It is plausible that such a major temple complex contained books, archives, or scholarly materials. Temples often did. Alexandria's culture made such collections likely. But the ancient accounts of the Serapeum's destruction do not clearly describe a vast library burning there. They focus on religious conflict, the statue, the temple, and the triumph over pagan worship. If a great book collection was destroyed in the event the sources do not preserve the moment in the detail one would expect, the evidence remains incomplete, and that silence has become one of the most debated silences in the entire story. This does not mean no books were lost. It would be surprising if a temple complex as important as the Serapeum held no written material at all. Ritual texts, administrative records, philosophical works, teaching materials or older scrolls may have been present. Some may have been destroyed, removed, neglected, or dispersed during and after the attack. But the claim that the Serapeum's destruction was simply the burning of the great Library of Alexandria goes beyond what the evidence can safely bear. By the late 4th century, the original royal library in the palace quarter had likely already declined, disappeared, or changed beyond recognition. If the Serapeum held a daughter collection, it may have preserved some Alexandrian book culture, but it was not necessarily the same thing as the early Ptolemaic library that had once stood near the Mauseon. The confusion is understandable. The Serapeum offers the story something, Caesar's fire also offers a dramatic scene, a villain or victor depending on the teller, and a visible monument falling. Late antique religious violence gives later writers a powerful symbol. If one wants to tell a story about intolerance destroying knowledge, the destruction of the Serapeum fits easily. Christian crowds, a bishop, an imperial order, a pagan temple, a broken god, and perhaps books nearby, it has all the elements of a civilizational turning point. Yet good history must move more carefully than symbolism. It can acknowledge the real violence and real loss without pretending the sources say more than they do. The Serapeum's fall matters even if no vast library burned inside it. It marks the destruction of an institution that had carried memory, ritual art, and identity for centuries. The attack on the cult of Serapis is an attack on the Ptolemaic religious compromise that once helped define Alexandria. A god created to join worlds is destroyed in a city now divided by a new religious order. That is a profound historical transformation. The loss is not only textual, it is urban, sacred, emotional, and social. The landscape of Alexandria changes. A place where people once came to worship, study, gather, and remember becomes a ruin, a trophy, or eventually a space reinterpreted by the victorious faith. There is also the question of what happens to knowledge when its home becomes morally condemned. If books in the Serapeum are associated with pagan cult, their future becomes precarious. Some may be preserved because they're useful or harmless. Others may be destroyed because they are viewed as dangerous. Still others may simply be neglected because the people trained to care about them lose status or safety. Again, decline can be as destructive as violence. A scroll does not need to be ceremonially burned if no one will copy it. A priestly text does not need to be banned if no one can read its script a century later. The collapse of a temple's living community can turn a library into dead weight. At the same time, Christian Alexandria is not anti-textual. This is one of the great complexities. The same religious movement that helps end pagan temple culture is also deeply committed to books, scripture, commentary sermons, theological treatises, letters, translations, and canon lists. Christian scholars inherit many tools from Greek education. They argue over wording with ferocious precision. They copy texts with devotion. They build their own libraries. They preserve parts of classical learning because grammar, rhetoric, philosophy, and logic remain useful. The destruction of the Serapeum is therefore not the victory of books' enemies over books' friends. It is a struggle between different regimes of sacred authority and cultural memory. Some books lose protection, other books gain it. This is why the Serapeum's shadow is so long. It represents a change in what Alexandria chooses or is forced to remember. The old royal library had tried to gather everything under the sign of monarchy and the Muses. The Christian city increasingly gathers knowledge under the sign of scripture, doctrine, and ecclesiastical authority. The boundary between acceptable and unacceptable learning shifts. Pagan philosophy may survive in schools, but under pressure. Classical literature may continue in education, but with caution. Egyptian temple knowledge weakens dramatically as temples close and priestly lineages fade. The city remains learned, yet its learning has a different center of gravity. In later imagination, the Serapeum becomes the place where the ancient library dies because people need the death to happen somewhere. A slow vanishing spread across centuries is difficult to picture. The Serapeum gives the vanishing a body. Its columns fall, its god is smashed, its defenders are defeated. Even if the great library was not there in the simple sense, the event feels like the end of the old Alexandrian world. That feeling is not entirely wrong. Symbols can tell emotional truths even when they blur institutional facts. The destruction of the Serapeum does not neatly solve the mystery of the library, but it reveals the kind of world in which the last remnants of older collections could easily disappear. The historian must therefore hold two truths together. The first is caution. There is no secure evidence that a complete surviving great library was burned at the Serapeum in the late 4th century. The second is gravity. The Serapeum's destruction was a major cultural and religious rupture, and it may well have involved the loss or dispersal of texts. To deny the first is to turn history into legend. To deny the second is to drain the event of its real violence. Between them lies the more difficult truth that Alexandria's memory was not destroyed all at once, but broken repeatedly in different forms. After the Serapeum falls, the library's legend becomes darker. The old Ptolemaic dream has lost its dynasty, perhaps its main collection, and now one of the great sacred monuments that may have sheltered a related collection is gone as well. The city continues, but the continuity is not comfort. Continuity can carry scars. Christian scholars will write, teach, and preserve. Philosophers will still argue for a time. Mathematical works will still be copied. But the old architecture of universal pagan and royal collection has no path back. Alexandria's knowledge survives by becoming something else. In the imagination, dust settles over broken stone. The statue of Serapis no longer looks down from its sanctuary. Scrolls, if they were there, are removed, damaged, ignored, or lost to silence. The temple that once embodied Alexandria's blended identity becomes proof that no institution, however magnificent, is safe when the meaning of the world changes around it. The Serapeum does not give the Library of Alexandria a simple ending. It gives it a final shadow, the image of a city where the old gods fall, the old shelves are uncertain, and memory itself passes into the hands of those who will decide what deserves to be copied next. Long after Caesar's fire, long after the Serapeum's fall, another story appears and claims the final blame. It arrives from the 7th century when Arab-Muslim armies conquer Egypt, and it tells of a terrible command. The books of Alexandria are brought before the conqueror, judged unnecessary or dangerous, and burned to heat the city's baths. It is one of the most famous legends about the Lost Library, partly because it is vivid, partly because it gives the story a final villain, and partly because it satisfies the old hunger for a single dramatic ending. But when the tale is examined carefully, it begins to dissolve. The Arab conquest of Egypt is real. The story of the conquerors burning the great library is almost certainly not. By the time Arab forces under Amr ibn al-As take Alexandria in the 640s CE, the city has already passed through centuries of Roman and Byzantine rule, Christianization, religious conflict, political upheaval, and institutional transformation. The old Ptolemaic royal library, if it had survived at all past the early Roman period, had long since vanished from clear view. The Serapeum had been destroyed more than 2 centuries earlier. The Museion, as a Ptolemaic-style scholarly foundation, no longer appears as a living institution. Alexandria remains important, and it certainly still contains books, churches, schools, archives, and learned people. But the legendary Great Library of the early Ptolemies is not known to be standing there awaiting 7th century conquerors. This basic chronology is the first serious problem for the Arab conquest legend. The second problem is the lateness of the story. Early accounts of the conquest do not clearly report the burning of the Great Library. The dramatic version appears only centuries later in medieval sources far removed from the event. In the most familiar form, the conqueror asks the caliph what should be done with the books. The reply is devastatingly simple. If the books agree with the Holy Scripture, they are unnecessary. If they disagree, they are harmful. Therefore, they should be destroyed. The books are then supposedly distributed to bathhouses and used as fuel for months. The story is memorable because it is constructed like a moral fable. Its logic is severe, almost too perfect. It is less a messy report of an event than a lesson about fanaticism. Historians are generally skeptical of it for good reasons. There is no strong contemporary evidence. The tale emerges late. It resembles other polemical stories told about rulers or religious groups who destroy books. It also assumes the survival of a vast ancient library at a time when other evidence suggests the old institution was long gone. The bathhouse detail often repeated strains practicality as well as chronology. Papyrus and parchment can burn, but the image of thousands upon thousands of precious books used as bath fuel for months sounds like literary exaggeration, designed to horrify, not an administrative record. The evidence remains incomplete, but incompleteness does not make every dramatic story equally plausible. Why then did the legend become so powerful? Partly because it serves polemic. Different communities in the medieval and early modern worlds had reasons to blame others for the loss of ancient wisdom. A story in which Muslim conquerors destroy the library can be used to portray Islam as hostile to classical learning, even though the historical record of Islamic civilization includes immense translation movements, libraries, scientific scholarship, philosophy, medicine, mathematics, astronomy, and preservation of Greek works. The legend is therefore not only doubtful, it can be misleading in a larger sense. It ignores the complex role of Arabic-speaking scholars and patrons in transmitting ancient knowledge to later worlds. This does not mean conquest is gentle toward archives. Wars can destroy records, scatter communities, and interrupt institutions. The Arab conquest of Egypt was a major political rupture. Administrative languages, tax systems, religious balances, and imperial loyalties changed over time. Some books and archives may certainly have been lost in the turbulence of conquest and transition, as in any major historical upheaval. But that is different from claiming that the conquerors found and deliberately burned the ancient Great Library. The first statement is historically plausible in a broad sense. The second is a late legend lacking strong support. The story also reveals a deeper habit in the memory of Alexandria. Each age chooses a destroyer that fits its fears. Roman militarism gives us Caesar's fire. Christian triumph gives us the Serapeum. Islamic conquest gives us the Caliph's command. In every case, the library becomes a stage on which later people act out anxieties about civilization and barbarism, reason and faith, tolerance and fanaticism, empire and memory. The real history is more complicated and therefore less useful as a simple weapon. The library was not destroyed by one civilization's wickedness. It was lost through a long chain of vulnerability, concentration war, changing patronage, material decay, institutional decline, religious transformation, and the uneven priorities of transmission. There is a striking irony in blaming the 7th century conquerors for the total loss of Alexandrian knowledge. In the centuries after the rise of Islam, Arabic-speaking scholars, translators, physicians, philosophers, mathematicians, and astronomers preserve and transform a vast body of ancient learning. Greek works are translated into Syriac and Arabic. Aristotle, Galen, Euclid, Ptolemy, and many others enter intellectual worlds stretching from Baghdad to Cordoba. Not everything is preserved, and the process is selective like all transmission, but without these scholarly networks, the later history of science and philosophy would look very different. To reduce that civilization to a legend of book burning is not history. It is memory turned into accusation, and yet the Arab conquest legend survives because it feels emotionally satisfying. It gives the library a last day. It lets the listener imagine shelves still full, scrolls still readable, ancient voices still waiting, and then a command that turns them to smoke. It is easier to mourn a murder than a wasting illness. A murder has a culprit. A wasting illness has conditions, weaknesses, missed chances, and slow failure. The Lost Library of Alexandria is painful precisely because the second version is more likely. Its disappearance was not one perfect crime. It was many losses spread across time, so dispersed that no witness could see the whole disaster. By the 7th century, Alexandria's ancient memory had already passed through transformation upon transformation. Greek scholarship had become Roman, then Christian, then Byzantine, and soon would become part of an Arabic-speaking world. Some texts survived by moving through these changes. Others vanished because no community carried them forward. The library's fate reminds us that books do not survive because they exist. They survive because people keep choosing them. They are copied because someone needs them, reveres them, teaches them, argues with them, or fears losing them. When those chains of choice break, even the greatest works become fragile. The Arab conquest legend then tells us less about the actual end of the Great Library than about the human need to explain absence. When the evidence leaves a gap, imagination supplies a scene. When centuries of loss feel unbearable, memory creates an executioner. But the more careful, more haunting truth is that the library did not wait intact for one final enemy. By the time medieval writers shaped that tale, the old institution had already become a ghost. What remained was the idea of a world once gathered and then scattered, and an emptiness large enough for every age to fill with its own fear. What was truly lost at Alexandria cannot be measured by counting scrolls alone. The old numbers are too uncertain, the shelves too obscure, the disasters too layered, and the transmission of ancient texts too tangled for any simple total. To say that hundreds of thousands of scrolls vanished may sound immense, but it does not tell us which works were unique, which were duplicates, which had already been copied elsewhere, which were damaged, which were commentaries, which were official records, and which were long works divided across many rolls. The loss is real, but it is not a clean arithmetic problem. It is more like standing before a shoreline after a storm and trying to reconstruct every ship, every cargo, every passenger, every message that disappeared beneath the water. The first thing lost was content actual words written by actual people. Ancient literature survives in a shockingly narrow form compared with what once existed. Of the great Greek tragedians, only a fraction remains. Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides wrote far more plays than the small selection that survived through later copying. Comedy is even more wounded. Historians known by name are reduced to fragments or citations. Philosophers who shaped debates in their own age are heard only through opponents. Scientific treatises are summarized by later authors, often imperfectly. Local chronicles, travel accounts, technical manuals, speeches, poems, medical writings, and records of whole communities have disappeared. Not all of these were lost at Alexandria, and it would be misleading to pour every ancient absence into one fire. But a library built to collect so broadly almost certainly held works that later vanished everywhere. The second loss was context. A single surviving quotation can prove that a lost work existed, but it cannot restore the world around it. When a later writer preserves a sentence from a lost historian, we do not know the structure of the argument, the sources used, the biases, the surrounding details, or the passages that might have corrected our assumptions. When a medical theory survives only through criticism, we see it through hostile eyes. When a poem remains as a title, the emotional life of the work is almost completely gone. The evidence remains incomplete not only because texts are missing, but because relationships between texts are missing. Alexandria's catalogues, editions, and scholarly notes might have helped us understand these relationships. Their loss narrows the ancient world into isolated fragments. The third loss was variety. What survives from antiquity is often treated as if it represents the ancient mind, but it is only what passed through a long funnel of selection. Works used in schools had better chances. Texts useful for rhetoric, grammar, Christian theology, philosophy, medicine, or law were copied more often. Works considered obscure, local, unfashionable, heterodox, technically difficult, or morally suspect were more vulnerable. Alexandria at its height may have held a much wider literary and intellectual ecosystem than the one later centuries preserved. It may have contained alternate versions of myths, local histories from cities whose voices are now faint, scientific disagreements later smoothed over, and poetic traditions that lost the competition for continued attention. What truly vanished was not only knowledge, but diversity of knowledge. There is also the loss of failed ideas, and that matters more than it first seems. Modern readers often dream that the library held advanced truths that would have accelerated human progress. That is mostly fantasy. But the vanished works may have preserved wrong theories, abandoned models, contradictory observations, and experimental paths that did not become dominant. Such material is valuable because intellectual history is not only a parade of correct answers, it is a record of how people test, misunderstand, revise, and imagine. Knowing more of ancient errors would help us understand ancient reasoning. Lost science includes not only discoveries, but the texture of inquiry itself. Some losses were technical and practical. Ancient engineers, architects, mechanics, physicians, farmers, navigators, and artisans possessed bodies of knowledge that were often transmitted by apprenticeship rather than formal books. Still written manuals did exist. Works on machines, siegecraft hydraulics, optics, music, agriculture, medicine, and mathematics circulated in the ancient world. Many are gone or survive only in later versions. If Alexandria held copies of such works, their disappearance may have erased not magical technologies, but practical detail: how devices were built, how measurements were taken, how physicians described symptoms, how craftsmen solved problems, how scholars connected theory to use. The loss is not a fantasy of ancient electricity or impossible machines. It is the quieter loss of accumulated technique. The medical losses are especially haunting. Alexandrian physicians such as Herophilus and Erasistratus were associated with anatomical research of unusual boldness. Their original works do not survive intact. Later authors, especially Galen, preserve fragments, criticisms, and reports, but the full shape of their observations is gone. What did they see? What did they misunderstand? How precise were their descriptions of nerves, vessels, organs, and bodily systems? How did their anatomical findings interact with theory and treatment? Scholars still debate these questions because the evidence is filtered. A great medical tradition is visible but partly through broken glass. Mathematics and astronomy also suffered selective survival. Euclid's Elements endured and became one of the most influential works in intellectual history. But Euclid wrote other works some lost. Eratosthenes' geographical writings survive only in fragments and reports. Aristarchus of Samos proposed a heliocentric model known to us only indirectly, and through one surviving work that does not fully present the system in the form later writers mention. Hipparchus's star catalogue and much of his writing are lost, though his influence reaches later astronomy. Again, Alexandria did not necessarily hold the only copies of all these works, but its scholarly ecosystem was deeply connected to the kind of material now missing. What was lost is a fuller record of ancient science thinking in motion. The loss of historical writing may be the most painful for understanding human lives. Ancient historians wrote accounts of regions, wars, rulers, peoples, migrations, customs, and cities that no longer speak in their own voices. Many survive only as names. A local history might have preserved the memory of a small city's foundation, conflicts, rituals, disasters, and alliances. An ethnographic account might have described peoples later absorbed, displaced, or misrepresented. A chronicle might have clarified dates that are now debated. When such works vanish, modern history becomes dependent on the few authors who survived, and those authors often belong to dominant languages, elite circles, and particular political traditions. Loss therefore creates imbalance. The silence of the archive is not evenly distributed. Even the texts that survived lost something when Alexandrian scholarly apparatus disappeared. Ancient editions often came with signs, variant readings, commentaries, explanations of rare words, and discussions of authenticity. These materials helped readers see the instability behind a text. Without them, later manuscripts can look smoother than the traditions actually were. A surviving poem may be only one branch of a once branching tree. The lost notes would have shown other branches. The library's destruction or decline, therefore, did not merely remove unknown works, it also thinned our understanding of known works. Yet the greatest loss may be institutional rather than textual. Alexandria represented a rare concentration of people trained to gather, compare, classify, preserve, and question. When such a community weakens, the damage extends beyond its shelves. The methods may survive in part, but the continuous environment is broken. A scholar alone with a few books can do much. A scholar in a great collection surrounded by experts, catalogues, rival readings, instruments, and patronage can do different kinds of work. The disappearance of that environment means the loss of possibilities that were never written down. Conversations vanish, debates vanish, teaching lineages vanish, marginal observations vanish before they become treatises. This is why the legend of one burning library is too small, even though it sounds enormous. Fire can destroy scrolls, but time destroys systems. The truly lost Alexandria is not only a warehouse of papyrus, it is a pattern of organized curiosity supported at great expense, the habit of sending for texts, comparing versions, marking doubts, translating across cultures, measuring the world, and treating knowledge as something worth gathering before it disappears. Some of that pattern survived elsewhere, some entered later scholarship. But the original concentration faded. What was truly lost then was not the whole wisdom of the ancient world, and not a secret manual that would have saved humanity from centuries of struggle. It was something more fragile and more believable, thousands of human attempts to remember, explain, calculate, heal, persuade, describe, and wonder. It was the plurality of ancient voices before survival narrowed them. It was the map of a library that might have told us what people once thought worth knowing. It was the texture of arguments we now see only as fragments, and perhaps most of all it was the confidence that a civilization could gather memory securely in one place and keep it safe from war-weather politics, neglect, and time. Alexandria teaches the opposite. Knowledge can be gathered with genius and still remain mortal. What survived the silence did not survive cleanly. It came forward in scraps, echoes, translations, quotations, school books, commentaries, mistakes, and stubborn habits of thought. The Library of Alexandria may have vanished as an institution, but it did not vanish like a sealed room sinking whole beneath the sea. Pieces of its world escaped because ancient knowledge was never held by one place alone. A poem copied for a student, a theorem preserved by a teacher, a medical opinion repeated by a rival, a catalogue entry summarized by a later scholar, a Greek text translated into Syriac or Arabic, a line of tragedy quoted for grammar rather than beauty. These became the narrow bridges by which some of Alexandria's inheritance crossed the centuries. The bridges were fragile, uneven, and often accidental, but without them the silence would be much deeper. One of the strongest forms of survival was education. Works used in schools had a better chance of being copied again and again. Homer survived not only because he was admired, but because he was taught. Students learned language, morality, rhetoric, myth, and cultural identity through his poems. Certain tragedies survived because they became useful classroom texts. Speeches, grammatical manuals, philosophical works, and mathematical treatises endured whether they remained part of training. This is a humbling truth about preservation. Greatness alone is not enough. A text must be useful to someone with the means and motivation to copy it. The ancient canon is therefore not simply the best of antiquity. It is also the teachable, the repeated, the institutionally favoured, and the lucky. Alexandrian scholarship shaped that educational survival in ways that are still visible. The versions of Greek literature that later readers inherited were often influenced by ancient editors who compared manuscripts, marked doubtful passages, and helped stabilize texts. Even when the original Alexandrian editions and commentaries disappeared, their judgments could remain embedded in later manuscript traditions. A medieval copy of Homer is not a direct window into the archaic Singer. It is the end of a long chain that passed through scribes, teachers, scholars, libraries, schools, and centuries of decisions. Somewhere in that chain, the methods of Alexandria left marks. The old library is gone, but its habits of correction and classification continue to breathe inside books that survived. Another form of survival came through quotation. Ancient and medieval authors often quoted earlier works for reasons that had little to do with preserving them. A grammarian might cite a rare word. A philosopher might quote an opponent. A theologian might preserve a pagan line in order to argue against it. A historian might excerpt an older source because it served his narrative. A medical writer might report an earlier theory before rejecting it. These quotations are sometimes tiny, but they are invaluable. They are like pieces of painted wall found in a ruin too small to restore the palace, but enough to prove that colour once covered the rooms. Through such fragments, lost authors remain half visible, their voices reduced but not erased. Commentary also became a vessel. A commentary is a humble-looking form often dependent on another text, but it can preserve enormous amounts of older material. To explain Homer, a commentator may mention variant readings earlier, interpretations, mythological details, local traditions, and scholarly disputes. To explain Aristotle, a philosopher may transmit earlier arguments, definitions, and objections. To explain Scripture, a theologian may draw on grammar, history, philosophy, and older translations. The commentary tradition is therefore a kind of memory net. It catches pieces of works that might otherwise vanish. The net has holes, and much passes through, but some fragments cling. Translation carried other pieces across cultural borders. Greek knowledge did not simply fall silent after the decline of old pagan institutions. It moved into Syriac, Coptic, Armenian, Arabic, Latin, and other languages depending on region, religion, patronage, and intellectual need. The Arabic translation movement, especially under Abbasid patronage, became one of the most important channels for ancient science, medicine, philosophy, and mathematics. Works by Aristotle, Euclid, Galen, Ptolemy, and others entered Arabic-speaking scholarly worlds where they were not merely stored but studied, criticized, expanded, and transformed. The evidence remains incomplete for many transmission paths, but the broader fact is clear part of the ancient Greek inheritance survived because it left Greek-only environments and found new readers. This movement complicates any simple story of loss. A Greek work may disappear in its original language but survive in Arabic translation. A medical idea may pass from Greek into Syriac, then Arabic, then Latin, changing as it travels. A mathematical text may be copied because astronomers need it. A philosophical work may survive because theologians and metaphysicians find it worth arguing with. Survival is not stillness, it is migration. Every migration alters something, but alteration is not the same as destruction. Many ancient works reach the future because they were willing or were forced to become strangers to themselves. Christian book culture also preserved more than its critics sometimes admit. Monasteries, cathedrals, schools, scriptoria, and scholars copied sacred text first, but they also preserved grammar, rhetoric, logic, philosophy, history, and parts of classical literature when these were useful for education or interpretation. Some pagan works were neglected or condemned, but others survived inside Christian intellectual life. The relationship was tense, selective, and often ambivalent. A monk copying Virgil might admire the language while rejecting the gods. A theologian might use Plato while warning against pagan error. This selectivity narrowed the inheritance, but it also carried parts of it forward. No single explanation fully accounts for what survived because preservation depended on many communities making different choices over many centuries. In Egypt itself, the dry desert preserved what institutions did not. Papyrus fragments recovered from sites far from Alexandria reveal ordinary written life in astonishing detail. Contracts, tax records, letters, school exercises, petitions, receipts, literary scraps, biblical texts, magical spells, and pieces of lost works. These finds remind us that ancient writing was not confined to royal libraries. The world was full of documents, many of them never meant to last. By accident, rubbish heaps became archives. A discarded scrap could outlive a palace collection. This is one of the strangest reversals in history. The Royal Library sought immortality through organization and prestige, yet some of antiquity's most precious survivals come from trash preserved by climate. Fragments from such sites have restored pieces of works once thought nearly lost. They have expanded knowledge of ancient poetry, drama, daily administration, education, and language. They do not resurrect the great library, but they loosen the grip of total silence. They show that the written past was wider, messier, and more ordinary than elite literary survival suggests. They also remind us that preservation is not always honorable. Sometimes the archive survives because no one cares enough to destroy it, recycle it, or move it. Neglect in a dry place can become protection. The survival of mathematical and scientific traditions is especially revealing. Euclid's Elements passed through Greek, Arabic, and Latin worlds to become one of the most influential books ever written. Ptolemy's Almagest, produced in Roman-era Alexandria, travelled through Arabic astronomy and back into medieval Latin scholarship. Galen's medical writing survived in great quantity and shaped medicine for centuries, even when he preserved earlier Alexandrian physicians only in partial or critical form. These works prove that Alexandria's intellectual environment did not vanish without descendants. Its scientific legacy moved through empires, religions, and languages, yet their survival also highlights the absence of other works. We possess some peaks and many missing slopes between them. Names survive too, and names are not nothing. Callimachus, Eratosthenes, Aristarchus, Zenodotus, Herophilus, Erasistratus, Apollonius, and others remain as markers of a lost intellectual landscape. Sometimes their works survive partially. Sometimes their achievements are known through later summaries. Sometimes only reputation remains. A name can be a small monument, but it is also a torment. It tells us someone mattered while withholding the fullness of what they made. The ancient record is filled with such names, doors with labels, locked rooms behind them. What survived the silence then was not the library as a place, but the afterlife of its labour. The methods of textual criticism survived in later scholarship. The ambition to catalogue survived in bibliographic traditions. The edited texts survived in manuscript chains. The scientific works survived where they entered teaching and translation. The fragments survived where later writers accidentally sheltered them. The city's habit of arguing across traditions survived in theology, philosophy, and commentary. Even the myth of the lost library survived, and that myth has power of its own. It keeps alive the question of what societies owe to memory. The survival is incomplete, but incompleteness does not mean emptiness. Alexandria still reaches us whenever a classical text carries the trace of an ancient editor, whenever a mathematical proof passes through centuries of copying, whenever a fragment of a lost play appears on papyrus, whenever a later scholar quotes a vanished book, whenever a library tries to organize the world's knowledge against decay. The old shelves are gone. The catalogues are gone, the palace rooms cannot be walked. Yet the dream did not die entirely. It scattered into the long labour of preservation, and every surviving fragment is a small refusal of oblivion. The Library of Alexandria survives most powerfully as a warning because it was both real and imagined. The real institution was a product of monarchy conquest, wealth, papyrus, scholarship, catalogues, and human labour. It belonged to a specific city under specific kings within specific political pressures. It was not a magical vault containing all wisdom, and it did not vanish in the simple way legend often claims. But the imagined library also matters because imagination is how civilizations confess their fears. Alexandria became the symbol of everything humanity has almost remembered and then lost. It is the place people picture when they think of knowledge made fragile of shelves turned to smoke, of whole voices removed from the conversation of the future. The warning begins with ambition. The early Ptolemies believed or wanted others to believe that the written world could be gathered and ordered. They built a city that faced the sea, drew texts through its harbour, supported scholars in the Mausion, and turned books into royal power. That ambition gave humanity something extraordinary. It created conditions for textual criticism, geography, mathematics, poetry, medicine, astronomy, cataloguing, and comparative scholarship to flourish. It treated knowledge as worthy of public expense. It made preservation an act of state. There is grandeur in that, even when the motives are not pure. Vanity, rivalry, and political calculation helped create one of the ancient world's greatest intellectual centers. Civilization often advances through mixed motives, but the warning deepens because the same ambition created vulnerability. Alexandria gathered knowledge into a center, and centers can be struck. A harbour fire, a dynastic collapse, a shift in patronage, a damaged royal quarter, a temple destroyed, a catalogue neglected, a scholarly community dispersed. Each one can wound what centralization has built. The more magnificent the concentration, the more frightening the possible loss. This is not an argument against great libraries. Without such centres, countless works might never have been copied, classified, or studied at all. But Alexandria shows that preservation cannot rely on magnificence alone. Knowledge needs copies, readers, institutions, languages, teachers, and renewal across many places. The library also warns that loss is usually slower than legend. The human mind prefers catastrophe because catastrophe has shape. A single fire can be painted, a villain can be named, a date can be carved into memory. Slow decline is harder to mourn because it looks like ordinary life. A budget changes, a school loses pupils, a language stops being taught, a religious institution closes, a scholar dies without a successor. A manuscript is not recopied because no one has time, money, or interest. A text becomes unfashionable, then rare, then unread, then gone. The evidence remains incomplete, but the library's disappearance likely belongs to this slower world as much as to any flame. That is the more unsettling lesson. Civilizations do not only lose knowledge when enemies attack it, they lose knowledge when they stop making room for it. Alexandria also teaches that preservation is never neutral. The library's dream of gathering all books was shaped by Greek language, royal priorities, elite scholarship, and imperial possession. Some voices entered its catalogues more easily than others. Some traditions were translated and transformed. Some were excluded because they were oral, local, practical, low status, or locked within communities the royal scholars did not fully understand. Every archive is a choice even when it claims universality. What survives from the ancient world is not simply what was greatest. It is what powerful institutions valued, what teachers taught, what scribes copied, what religions preserved, what climates protected, and what accidents spared. The Lost Library reminds us to ask not only what has vanished, but whose memory was never safely stored in the first place. At the same time, Alexandria resists despair. Its story is not only about destruction, it is also about survival through fragments. Some works influenced later traditions, some methods endured. Some texts traveled to Pergamon, Rome, Constantinople monasteries, Syriac schools, Arabic libraries, and European scriptoria. Some ideas survived in quotations, commentaries, translations, and teaching habits. The dream shattered, but not every shard turned to dust. Human memory is fragile, but it is also migratory. It can cross borders in damaged form. It can hide inside another language. It can sleep in a desert scrap. It can reappear centuries later in a manuscript copied by someone who did not know the full journey behind the words. The modern world often invokes Alexandria when it fears losing knowledge again, and the comparison is not empty. Today, humanity stores information at scales the Ptolemies could never imagine. Digital archives, scientific databases, libraries, satellites, genetic repositories, cloud servers, museums, universities, and private collections hold vast portions of human memory. Yet scale does not equal safety. A file format can become obsolete. A server can fail. A government can suppress archives. A war can destroy museums. A language can disappear. A platform can vanish. A society can drown in information while neglecting wisdom. The forms have changed, but the old problem remains. Knowledge survives only when people actively protect the chain between storage and meaning. That chain is more delicate than it appears. A book unread is not fully alive. A dataset without context becomes noise. A language without learners becomes a locked room. A library without funding becomes a mausoleum. A manuscript without someone trained to understand it becomes an artifact rather than a voice. Alexandria's scholars knew part of this truth. They catalogued, compared, corrected, and commented because they understood that preservation requires interpretation. To keep a text is not enough. Someone must know how to read it, why it matters, where it came from, and how it relates to other things. Memory is not storage alone. It is relationship. The final warning of Alexandria is therefore not simply that knowledge can burn. Everyone knows that. The deeper warning is that knowledge can become orphaned. It can lose the community that cares for it. It can survive physically while dying intellectually. It can sit on a shelf after its readers are gone. It can be copied for the wrong reason, misunderstood by its preservers, or preserved in fragments too small to restore its full meaning. The Lost Library is frightening because it shows how many conditions must align for memory to cross time, material, institution, language, interest, peace, redundancy, and care. And yet the old city still gives one image of hope. For all its flaws, Alexandria represented a refusal to accept that distance and time must keep human minds apart. It tried to bring Egypt, Greece, the Near East, the sea routes, the poets, the astronomers, the physicians, the historians, and the translators into one intellectual horizon. It failed to keep that horizon whole. No human project could. But the attempt matters. It says that civilizations are measured not only by what they conquer, but by what they try to remember. The Library of Alexandria remains lost because history does not give back everything it takes. Its halls cannot be restored with certainty. Its catalogues cannot be fully reconstructed. Its vanished works cannot be summoned by grief. But its warning endures with unusual clarity. Gather knowledge, but do not imprison it in one place. Preserve books, but also preserve readers. Build archives, but remember that archives reflect power. Copy what matters before the last copy becomes the last. and never assume that the future will automatically inherit what the present fails to protect. The ancient harbour is quiet now, the palace quarter broken and partly drowned, the shelves long gone. But the question Alexandria leaves behind is still alive. What will be lost because a civilization thought its memory was safe? The story ends where it began, near the water where Alexandria still faces the sea. The old harbour no longer carries the same forest of masts. The royal palaces are gone from the surface of the city. The Mausion no longer gathers scholars beneath the protection of kings. The scrolls that once passed through careful hands have become ash-dust fragments, citations or silence. Yet the place itself remains restless. Waves move above drowned stone. Streets rise over older streets. The modern city breathes over the ancient one, unaware in many moments of how much memory lies beneath its foundations. There is something fitting in that. Alexandria was always a city built between world's land and sea, Egypt and Greece, monarchy and scholarship, possession, and curiosity, memory and loss. Its library was not separate from those tensions. It was born from ambition, sustained by wealth, filled by human labour, and made legendary by disappearance. It tried to gather what no civilization can gather completely. It tried to hold what time always tries to scatter. For a while it succeeded enough to change the history of thought. What remains is not only regret, it is also responsibility. Every age inherits fragments. No generation receives the whole human story intact. We live among survivals, words copied by tired hands, ideas translated across borders, ruins misread, and then read again, names preserved by chance and silences that cannot be filled. The lost library reminds us that memory is not a treasure locked away once and for all. It is a living chain, and every link must be remade. The final image is not a single fire consuming endless shelves. It is quieter than that. A scholar rolls up a text and places it back where it belongs, trusting that someone will return to it. A copyist sharpens a reed pen. A teacher explains an old line to a student. A ship enters the harbour with unknown cargo. Outside, the sea wind touches the city walls, carrying salt into every crack. No one in that moment knows which words will survive, which will vanish, which will sleep for centuries, and which will become only a title in another person's book. That uncertainty is the true shadow of Alexandria. Civilizations do not know while they are living what the future will need from them. They preserve what they value, neglect what they misunderstand, and lose what they assume can never disappear. The Library of Alexandria is gone, but its absence still speaks. It tells us that knowledge is luminous, fragile, and never fully safe. And somewhere beneath the water and stone, the old city leaves us with the softest possible warning. Remember carefully, because even the greatest memory can fade.